appreciate everything you have. Don't always, any day, 'cause heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. 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 Heaven can wait another day. Look at the sky. There must be a reason why it's so soft inside. Look at my heart, fragile and light, and I know the reason why. Two people can adore, love hurts one store. Love birds are going crazy 'cause love will show. So breathe every day, appreciate everything you have. Don't always, any day, 'cause heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. 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 Heaven can wait another day. Hey, hey, hey. Let's slow down and look at what we accomplished. Maybe we will find a reason to live. Look at all the joy and happiness and embrace what you know and live for today. So breathe every day. Appreciate everything you have. Don't always, any day, 'cause heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait. Heaven can wait another day. Heaven can wait. 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 Heaven can wait another day. Another day. Heaven can wait another day.
Chris and Sabrina with The Link. The Link. Here on Breeze 93.9 FM.
Hey girl, can I get your name and number? Can I be your lover tonight? Hey girl, can I get your name and number? Can I be your lover tonight? Oh, tonight. Maybe this time you and I could be together. Have us readiest adventure. I know you will find what's good for you and me, for you and me. Buy me love, I don't wanna feel no pain. Buy me love, out of me waiting in vain. Buy me love, since the way love goes, make around. Buy me love, save me from this misery. Buy me love, I don't wanna be alone. Buy me love, I will be fine. Someday you'll be mine. Hey girl, you can make the summer gotta let me show you how to treat you right tonight. Hey girl, we can make this summer. Gotta let me show you how to treat you right. Oh, nah. Maybe this time you and I could be together. Have us ready is the venture. I know you will find what's good for you and me, for you and me. Buy me love, I don't wanna feel no pain. Buy me love, tired of me waiting in vain. Buy me love, this the way love goes make around. Buy me love, take me from this messy rain. Buy me love, I don't wanna be alone. Buy me love, I will be fine. Someday you'll be mine. Maybe this time you and I could be together. Have us ready is the venture. I know you will find what's good for you and me, for you and me. Buy me love, I don't wanna feel no pain. Buy me love, tired of me waiting in vain. Buy me love, this the way love goes make around. Buy me love, take me from this messy rain. Buy me love, I don't wanna be alone. Buy me love, I will be fine. Someday you'll be mine.
Rosinha uli die sombrancelten meg et zu te saluda antes diu hum niga Radzaudzan malak estrezas durante em todo Memo a nogi distância como kupugi palu zaniman malak guafi Ikonum nasugi airi prebatu la noci nai banderata gaigi pues atan fanni bandera kau Esta pagua pumalalapa Gilo tanu man libri Sentamiti man ko badi
Nogi chamoru Puritanota Kantai matunonya Gitoru iluga Paraiona Parai Gloria A big body is the same Paraiona Parai Gloria A big body is the same Toru itempu ipas Paraita Zanginilani na bendition Contra piligu Nafan sofuam Zeus proteis landmon Contra piligu Nafan sofuam Zeus proteis landmon
Maybe it's the perfume drifting through the air, makes your head spin out of control. Perhaps it's just the season, that could be the reason you never wanted her more. Maybe it's the skies reflected in her eyes, or maybe it's that bottle of wine. Could have been a kiss, I wonder what it is that's got you feeling so fine. Don't blame it on the cha-cha-cha. Blame it on the moon. You could say it's just this magic night. Don't blame it on this tune. Go on, tell me, is the stars up above? cha-cha-cha. Wenti na ipaupaw na magabi ay riyan naman ilikilulu. Dinayan na tempo niya, tawin na na rason niya, lutata na unta gagwi. Wenti na ay ritet, kundi matamu, pagwenti butesan dinu. Pagwenti tinikunya, lo hafen any and now, now step na goof out na ipogu. Don't blame it on the cha-cha-cha. Blame it on the moon. You could say it's just his magic night. Don't blame it on his tune. Go on, tell me, is the stars up above? You can blame it on a thing called love. It's not the band singing na na na. Don't blame it on the cha-cha-cha. No, it's not the rhythm makes you move your feet. It's your heart that is taking control. Ooh, that feeling, the heart never lies. It can't be denied tonight. Don't blame it on the cha-cha-cha. Blame it on the moon. You can say it's just his magic night. Don't blame it on his tune. Go on, tell me, is the stars up above? You can blame it on a thing called love. It's not the band singing na na na. Don't blame it on the cha-cha-cha. It's not the band singing na na na. Don't blame it on the cha-cha-cha.
Cha-cha-cha. All right, good morning, Guam. Holy Thursday. Jay, got to be careful with that dancing. You might get a ticket.
Part.
There's no dancing still, right?
Well, story of my life, party of one.
He did a Billy Idol dancing by himself
Yeah.
this morning.
That was actually my April Fool's joke that I actually could dance.
No, that's really good, man. You did the diamond. That's Jason Solis dancing to, that was a great cover. Eric Borja, Masaya Hoffa, Don't Blame It on the Cha-Cha-Cha. All right? Like my friend Andy Wheeler used to always say, there's two excuses on Guam. You can't blame it on the Cha-Cha-Cha, but you can blame it on the rain and the wife. Why didn't you go to the barbecue? Oh, man, the wife.
So you could blame it on the rain.
Yeah, and the wife.
That's
It's an old Andy Wheeler
one
joke,
other
guys.
song that references that. Milli Vanilli would say so.
Right on. It's 6:18. Welcome to the link. It is Thursday,
Holy Thursday.
the first of the month, April 1st. Earth month begins now.
Yeah. Are you going to mass tonight? For Holy
Traditionally also known as April Fool's Day.
Thursday? Are you going to mass tonight for Holy Thursday? Mass will be at 6 p.m. tonight,
Thank
by
you.
the way, and we're going to share the link for the cathedral's stream of tonight's mass.
Good morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Loving these wipes, girl. What's going on here?
Nothing.
Okay, wait. Those are the most. Can you hold those up for a second? We'll get a shot of that because those are the most OG wipes that we've had. We had those in the first week of the pandemic. Those are the
Yeah.
ones from Korea, right?
Aren't they all?
Yeah.
All the ones that we kind
But
of
these
brought
aren't
in?
just any wipes. Bree is a modifier. She does post-market. What do you call that, Mike, when you modify your car?
Aftermarket parts.
Aftermarket. She does aftermarket.
Brie mods.
What did you do there, Bree?
I just mixed. I got some alcohol, and then I put some eucalyptus and peppermint.
Yeah, boy, this
And
is.
then I poured it in the.
Ooh, boy. Pow, pow. This is good. Peppermint, I read somewhere that when you smell peppermint, it wakes you up. There's something to.
No, remember. Okay,
Bree,
Joser.
she's going to go back, wipe her hole.
No, that is exactly what Joser does. Like, he's back in a week and a
Yeah,
and a half. by
Joe
the way,
does
everybody.
this stuff. He goes like,
Yeah, he
something
fans
like that.
himself with it, and then he puts like.
dude, Bree, this is so wet. Something went in my eye.
Joser will actually take it and like put it on his face and then lean back. So he uses it as like one of those towels that they give you in the airplane.
Yeah. Just in case you guys didn't notice, there's one real germaphobe in here. No names.
She
She
is unnamed.
Her pronouns are she, her. Thon. Yeah, Sabrina was so after the show yesterday, I went in there and it was like I felt like I was in chemistry class. Cuz she got the big thing of alcohol. You know, she get it like by the tunky. And so she's sitting there pouring it into the wipes and I was like, "What are you doing?" She's like, "I just want it to be sanitizing." And then what's your secret with the eucalyptus? What is that?
It's essential oil.
How many parts eucalyptus to have and peppermint too?
For our audience,
water.
Bree.
Just whatever I feel like. You know, put a little this, put a little that.
Because remember,
Shake it up. Good.
remember last year when we were doing containing COVID?
She's like your grandma. She don't measure. She just like put some more.
No, but remember, Bree was so bashful and so mamala last year when we were talking about, hey, Bree, how do you make like your wipes? Because they're really cool.
Yeah.
And then we had a caller that called up on containing COVID, and she's like,
And the caller was like, "I'm a weirdo too. I do the homemade wipes."
they're like, I'm all about the DIY wipes, and Bree, like, let's go exchange, like, and and now there's a Pinterest board of it.
Yep. So yeah, you can modify your wipes. You know, like I like the one that really smells like the alcohol. It's a Korean one.
Yeah. That's the one we get a 7-day.
Right. Koreans are on it with the
Shout out to
sanitation
7-Day
stuff.
Supermarket,
They really cornered the market. So yeah, it's that man. It's like it's black, white, and red kind of. You know the one I'm talking about. Yeah. But these are good, really good. Good job, Bree. It's 6:21. Good morning. It's Thursday, April 1st. Like I said, it's Earth Month, so we got a bunch of great stuff coming up for Earth Month, right, Sabrina?
Yes, we do. We've got a series that we're doing on sustainability issues. We're partnering with the University of Guam and their sustainability group up there. Then we have our link on location where it's called a segment called Dirty Politics. And so we're meeting with elected officials, mayors, senators, going to illegal dumps, talking about the problem, and then, what are their solutions and what are people's options to dispose of their trash. We talked a lot about, the tipping fees and how there's a lot of people in the community that can't afford it. And so there's the belief that that is a major
reason.
Yeah, that's contributing to the illegal dump problem on island.
What do you think, though? Because I hear that too. Like people are like, "Oh, no one." Like, there's a whole bunch. I mean, it's true though. I mean, yeah, our poverty rate on Guam, people are like not just poor; they're really poor, and that's $90 a month. I don't know if they have a lifeline rate. I should probably have done a little research on that. But yeah, so that's what we hear a lot is like people, they can't afford to dump their trash, so they have no choice.
Yeah.
They have no choice but to back up in the jungle and dump it in the jungle, or not even in the jungle.
And then, like with the white goods, the refrigerators and things like that, you can dump it.
Yeah.
I think they said the solid waste, Guam Solid Waste Authority.
Yeah.
But some people just don't want to drive and take it there.
Yeah. It's interesting when you get the trash service, Bree, it comes with these like coupons that you can dump a certain
comes with
number.
what?
It comes with the coupons.
Coupons?
The coupons. The little like gift
Coupons?
certificates, yeah.
Yeah.
You
Okay, well-
you get the coupons and then you can dump like a certain number of white goods.
Yeah. Actually,
Yeah,
one
you
thing
can do
I
that
was
too.
dumping the other day, Chris, was after I finished like a salad, I had some croutons in my
Oh.
salad, and I was dumping those too.
I thought you were going to say something
I thought you were
else.
gonna say something else too. So I mean, do you buy it though, Bree, or what? I mean, that people can't afford to pay for trash, so that's why they're dumping illegally.
I think that's part of the problem.
Part right,
Yeah.
but it's not an excuse. I think. Because like I said, just because you're not getting trash service, it doesn't mean you got to go
Yeah.
dump on the side of the road. I mean,
So, like, desperate times call for desperate measures, but that certainly doesn't make it right.
yeah. So and we don't just like take you there and show you the stuff. We're actually trying to figure out how to solve it because I'm tired of talking about it, man.
Yeah.
It's so annoying. God. We've been talking about this stuff for like I've been trying to 5 years we've been out here, and she is like really the one who got me into it. Thanks, Bree.
You're welcome.
It's when I went over to the news team, and she was like, stories that people really like. They really like the illegal dumping, and it's good to highlight it. And so I was like, okay. And I think for a whole year, I was like finding every illegal dump, and I'd call her and I send her pictures like, hey, I just found this one. It's in Manilao, and look at this, man. Look at this.
You really took that assignment to heart. I mean, you were really going out.
And I'm still doing it like 5 years later.
And I also remember there would be a lot of occasions when you would come in, when the world was normal, you'd come in at like 9 a.m. and you'd be like, hey, guys, I went by Tuman, and that parking garage which was abandoned because when we had the big earthquake of 93. And you're like, hey, I went over there and I interviewed the homeless people who have to shelter there. And you did a lot of that. I mean, after you drop your kids in the morning, you went over, what was that one thing when you talked with that homeless couple at the Agania Library right outside about like some of the struggles they're having?
Yeah.
Should go there.
We should.
Yeah, you were beating the street for a good part of a year and a half.
Beating the street.
Then the crazy thing is, remember, I couldn't find the owner to issue that notice of violation.
Yeah. He was in hiding.
Yeah, it was the same owner for that.
Verona.
Right, in Verona. And so even Verona had problems.
And remember, there was...
But then remember what the owner, David Sue was the owner, he said like, oh, people are coming in here and they're dumping it and I can't help it and they're just coming onto my property. But yeah, that's another side of it too, is you get private property owners who might not even know that people are dumping illegally on their property, but they're still responsible for cleaning it up.
Case in point was that other story that you did about 2 years ago. Remember, our friend Mark, he's a restaurant manager, and the restaurant or the apartment complex right across from Denny's in Tamuning, where people were dumping in the back of the apartment complex.
They were dumping like over the balcony.
Yeah, and it was crazy.
Okay, now that one was freaking gross.
You see the back of it, and I mean, it looks like a landfill. Poorly organized.
There was like dead rats in there. I mean, like actively rotting. Yeah. And I was in there with my shoes. Like,
and I've known Mark since UOG. I mean, he's a really good guy.
Yeah.
He's a restaurant manager. He's a really, really nice guy. He believes in hospitality, but he's like, man, and I go home and this is where I live.
And this guy, Mark, stayed in the bottom unit of a 2-story apartment building, and people would dump their trash out over the balcony because the way it's set up, it's like there's an apartment building. And then there's another apartment building, and both of their rears are facing each other. So it's like almost like they can't be seen by the road. So they would just be dumping like soda cans, water bottles, food.
And that's the point.
Which brought the rats.
No one knew this problem existed except for the tenants until you brought that to light.
Yeah.
And the sad thing about all of this is that, Guam EPA, as hard as they work, there's only like about a handful, I believe.
There's 3 or 4. Solid waste division.
Mm-hmm. And that's just not handling, illegal dumping. It's the plastic bags, permits, everything.
Yeah, it's just frustrating. And it's also frustrating because we hear so much about the environment. Oh, we live in paradise. Oh, we want to, but it's just you don't see it. They don't put the money where their mouth is. Because, like Bree said, you've got 3 or 4 solid waste division employees who have to go out and do the permit and building inspections. They got to go check the plastic bag stuff. There's a lot of stuff they have to do. And then they also got to go around and figure out who's dumping trash because you guys are too stupid to dump it the right way.
Mm-hmm. And they're also relying on, well, maybe not relying, but they're hoping the community also can be more vigilant. Some of the cases that they've been able to close are just from people who shot video and then they posted it on social media.
Right.
And it's forwarded to Guam EPA, just like that last one.
Yeah.
Was it Laddie Heights?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that video went viral. And it was forwarded to Guam EPA multiple times. I know I forwarded it, and senators forwarded it, and people in the community forwarded it to them. And they were able to contact the mayor, and they tracked this person down, I believe, in Dededo, and issued a citation.
Good stuff. I encourage it, actually. Guys, if you have, because we're looking for dumps. I mean, we know where all the real ones are, but is there a dump in your area? Send us some pictures on our DMs. Mm-hmm. Slide right into their DMs like it's the cha-cha slide.
You know what?
And also, if you're doing a cleanup, please, let us know.
Yeah, we'll send Jason over to help out.
There you go. You know what? I also felt when we were doing that interview with Muñeca de Oro the other day when she was and her team went to Chalem Ramirez, right? I mean, we've known Muñeca for almost 20 years. She used to be a teen reporter here. She's always been such a wonderful steward of the community, immensely talented, supremely caring, and everything like that. And I'm just thinking, I was like, it's wonderful, and that's so her character. And she was raised right, and we know her family, and she's doing things to take care of the island. But man, she's got so much better things to do with her time than picking up somebody else's trash. God bless her for doing it and for taking the initiative. But man, it's she's got so many abilities and so many different aspects and things. She's talented. She's a teacher. She's a cultural advocate and everything. And she's taking time out of her schedule to pick up trash. It shouldn't have to be that way.
Her and several organizations and businesses.
It's everybody who volunteers. Yeah, exactly. Good point.
Do you want to get into news?
Yeah, we'll get into news. But I mean, they don't have to, Jay.
Yeah.
But they do.
But they do because they love Guam.
Right, yeah. And that's what we need more of. It's 6:31. Yeah, let's get into the news now. It's Thursday, April 1st, with the very latest from the KUAM News team. Good morning, Sabrina Salas-Mantanani.
Half a day, everybody. The IBEW 1260 Union is holding a protest by the Anderson front gate this morning, beginning at 7 o'clock. According to a media release, the union is protesting Invicta Defense, LLC, based out of Fort Worth, Texas, and its subcontractors. The company arrived on Guam with the intent to, or according to the press release, the company arrived on Guam, quote, with the intent to disregard the contract bargaining agreement, which will displace many of the union's hardworking and experienced members. The release goes on to state that several union members were not offered employment with up to 18 years of service, are dismayed with the conduct of Invicta and its subcontractors. Many of those few selected were downgraded with less wages and without explanation. Others with offer letters were advised to remain silent, utilizing the job opportunity to silent injustices. Committee Chair on the Environment, Senator Sabina Perez, has introduced Resolution 55. The resolution recognizes the cultural significance of water to the indigenous people of Guam and the sacred relationship between the Chamorro people and the natural environment, which is threatened by irreparable harm that may result from the Department of Defense's development of the live fire training range complex and related projects. The senator adding, quote, the location of bases near or on top of water sources that supply most of the island population threatens the health of the current populace, both military and civilian. Access to safe drinking water is a basic and fundamental human right recognized by the United Nations and for the people of our non-self-governing territory. It is under serious threat. Quote, 80% of our island's drinking water is supplied by the Northern Guam Lands Aquifer. The military stated it plans to fire 6.7 million rounds of ammunition each year for an indefinite amount of time, posing a very serious threat of lead and other forms of contamination. Studies indicate children, infants, and fetuses are most susceptible to the effects of lead contamination. Even at low exposure levels, lead is extremely toxic to the body. The resolution also calls on the United Nations Special Rapporteur on Human Rights to safe drinking water and sanitation, and the Special Rapporteur on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples to undertake official visits in Guam relevant to their mandates. In other news, NAVFAC Marianas announces the availability of a programmatic agreement memo for public review and comments through May 14th. The PA memo is for the proposed construction of an aviation administration building to provide command and administrative space that will support an assigned 1st Marine Aircraft Wing, Aviation Combat Element, Transient Deployed Aviation Units, and other Marine Air Ground Task Force elements assigned to Guam. And with more news, here is Tyler Matanani.
Half a day. Good morning, everyone. I'm Tyler Matanani with your headlines here on The Link. Prutehi Litekzan has spent years fighting for the protection and preservation of our island's sacred lands, and for the first time in history, the UN is backing it up. Through 3 of its special rapporteurs, the UN is joining Prutehi Litekzan in an allegation letter to the U.S. government on serious human rights violations, including the impact of the military buildup suffered by the indigenous people of Guam. Prutehi Litekzan's Maria Hernandez.
Avenues. Locally, we've met with military officials, we've met with local officials, we've met with the governor. We have, 25,000 signatures on our petition. We were able to lobby our lawmakers through the years to pass 2 resolutions to pause construction on the firing range complex.
In total, the local group has moved forward with more than 450 actions since its inception 5 years ago. Hernandez says they're definitely excited and that they're feeling energized to move on to the next step and move forward with continued actions. Back in August of 2020, Julian Uggan with Blue Ocean Law and the Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization on behalf of Prawn filed a submission to the UN Special Rapporteur and Indigenous Peoples. You will soon have to include Guam's 671 area code when calling a local number. The FCC will be establishing a new emergency hotline number, and that uses a Guam dialing prefix. And so local carriers are mandated to make the switch to a 10-number dialing system. Nestor Lecanto has more.
GTA Chief Operating Officer Andrew Gale says the FCC will be adopting 988 as the new number for the National Suicide Prevention and Mental Health Crisis Lifeline.
Because of the high number of deaths associated with suicide in the U.S., the FCC wanted to have an easy to remember 3-digit number that will become as ubiquitous as 911. But in order for that to work, jurisdictions that have 988 as a prefix have to switch to 10-digit dialing.
In short, because Guam does use the prefix, you will have to add the 671 area code before the standard 7-digit number. The FCC will not be activating the new suicide prevention hotline number until July of next year, but Gale says carriers have to start enforcing the 10-digit dialing well ahead of that so customers can start making the transition.
What'll happen is come October 24th, if you start dialing that number on a GTA line, we'll probably give you a recording. We're still working out the treatment. The call won't go through. We'll give you a recording. They'll say maybe something like, your call he completed his dial. Please check the number and try again.
He's not aware of any shortcuts for updating contact lists. You can manually add the 671 to the numbers on your cell phone or save and replace a number when a call or message is received. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
April 1st may mark another monthly rental due date, but it's no laughing matter for thousands of local families who are struggling to keep up because of the pandemic. Here's an update on the Guam Rental Assistance Program.
Department of Administration Deputy Director Bernie Guinness says as of Tuesday, 2,600 applications have been filed, 860 have been reviewed, 440 were deemed eligible, 275 were not eligible, and 145 applications were incomplete. She says they plan to send out the first checks to landlords by next week.
We've started giving out those notifications since last week, since we first started the eligibility, the pre-eligibility actually. So again, it's all contingent upon the applicants, the tenants submitting their documents back to us.
Audrey Toposnia of the Guam Housing Corporation says applicants who were rejected still have 20 days to appeal.
The program does recognize that from the IRS, it was recently released about those receiving PUA that if you filed your taxes, you can submit, I believe, some kind of amendment or modification to their taxes, which will reduce their, I think their income up to $10,200.
A second review will be conducted of those who were deemed ineligible based on income criteria. Toposnia says 40% of rejections were because applicants did not meet COVID impact criteria. Another 40% were not at risk for homelessness or unstable housing, and 20% were rejected because of income. Meanwhile, another round is planned.
The second cycle more than likely will be happening on the first week of May.
The money can be used for back rent and utilities. In total, about $33.6 million is available for the first round and $29 million for the second. The program will continue until all of the funding is exhausted. For Guam's News Network, I'm Nestor Lecanto.
With regional headlines, here's KSPN 2 News.
Hafa Guam, here are the headlines for CNMI. The CNMI Department of Labor has received around 20,000 applicants, either online or by paper, for the second round of pandemic unemployment assistance.
Online applications, we're estimating about 15,000. Not all of them, of course, are going to be eligible. In paper applications, actually, we counted 5,280 paper applications full. We're estimating a little over 20,000 applications for the PUA round 2.
Secretary Benavente says DOL has finished processing payments for the first round of PUA, where by the end of the week, all those that were still pending will be paid.
By this week, we are going to be done with the 1,920 that was still pending for review and adjudication. By this Friday, or Thursday actually, because Friday's a holiday, this Friday, all of PUA round 1 will be completed as far as adjudications. If someone says they haven't received a PUA benefit from last year to end of December 2020, there's something wrong with the application, and they need to try and resolve that with us as soon as possible, because everyone has been adjudicated and cleared as far as processing their PUA application for whatever issues hadn't been resolved.
As for the second round of PUA, she says claims are being processed where payments will start to be distributed next week.
We are processing them, and everyone's all hands on deck for PUA round 2. And it's a lot of vetting again. We did receive some new applications, new initial claims, which means these are people who have either just lost their jobs or have just been furloughed for whatever reason, and then just started to apply for PUA round 2, which, as you know, was a period from December to March 2021.
Benavente says with government employees going back to full-time, the number of adjudicators goes down to 80, but those workers are being replaced to continue getting the claims paid out.
I'm very grateful to the public for their patience and allowing us to do our work and allowing us to vet every single application. As you know, U.S. Department of Labor, they have very strict rules when it comes to the public benefits. So making sure that every document is vetted, certified, complete, correct, accurate, that's our job. And getting the benefits out, that's our goal.
For more news, visit saipantv.com. For KSPN2 News, I'm Ashley McDowell.
That's the news for now. We'll see y'all at 6 tonight on Primetime.
Thanks, Tyler. The Office of Public Accountability issued the findings of its financial audit of Gita. The agency received a clean opinion on its FY 2020 financial statements, as well as trust funds. In addition, the independent auditors did not identify any material weaknesses or significant deficiencies in either Gita or its trust fund's internal control over financial reporting. As a result, this is the 17th year in which Gita had no instances of non-compliance in its financial statements. However, the management letter noted a matter related to Gita's provision for doubtful accounts. Guam OPA notes that the pandemic impact on the local economy resulted in GovGuam agencies, bond issuers' outlook being downgraded by Standard & Poor's and Moody's, similar to airports nationwide, where revenue significantly decreased because of the pandemic. GIAA's outlook also changed to negative. Its bond ratings, however, remain moderate. Although GWA's outlook was downgraded, its revenue bond successfully sold at $134 million with a 30-year maturity. The bond sale is evident that GovGuam's credit has a strong record despite the pandemic. 2 new cases of COVID-19 were identified out of 550 tests performed Tuesday. Also, there were 3 hospitalized with the virus. To date, there have been a total of 7,807 officially reported cases of COVID-19 since March of last year, with 134 deaths. There are 25 active cases of COVID on Guam, and more than 7,600 people have recovered. Guam's CAR score is still 0.2. As for vaccinations, so far 83,519 doses of the vaccine have been administered, with 51,851 people receiving their first dose and 31,668 individuals being fully vaccinated on Guam. The cashier who interacted with George Floyd just before he was killed last year testified on the witness stand in the Derek Chauvin trial. He says during a quick conversation he had with Floyd, he thought Floyd appeared to be under the influence of something. Here's more.
The cashier who interacted with George Floyd just before he was killed last May testified on the witness stand in the Derek Chauvin trial. He says during a quick conversation he had with Floyd, he thought Floyd appeared to be under the influence of something.
It kind of took him a little long to get to what he was trying to say, so it would appear that he was high.
EMT and firefighter Genevieve Hansen was back on the stand after her tearful testimony Tuesday, recounting how officers prevented her from helping Floyd.
He said something along the lines of, if you really are a Minneapolis firefighter, you would know better than to get involved.
Tuesday's witnesses also included Darnella Frazier, who recorded the widely seen video of Floyd's death.
It's been nights. I stayed up apologizing and apologizing to George Floyd for not doing more and not physically interacting and not saving his life.
The jury's been listening closely to all the emotional testimony. When Frazier was on the stand, one juror, who's a grandmother and child psychologist, was taking notes. Derek Chauvin's defense has tried to prove that the on-scene witnesses were a potential threat to officers and might have distracted them from arresting Floyd.
You called him a bum at least 13 times.
That's what you counted in the video?
That's what I counted.
And that's what you got, 13.
Those terms grew more and more angry.
They grew more and more pleading for life when I stayed in my body. You can't pay me out to be angry.
Witnesses testified no bystander interfered with police. The defense has also argued that Chauvin did as he was trained and that Floyd's death was caused by a combination of illegal drug use and heart disease. Michael George, CBS News, Minneapolis. Michael George, CBS News, Minneapolis.
And finally, today marks the start of Sexual Assault Awareness Month, Child Abuse Prevention Month, Youth Month, and National Crime Victims' Rights Week. According to the Guam Coalition Against Sexual Assault and Family Violence, today kicks off a month-long series of events and activities to raise public awareness about the very serious issue of sexual assault and family violence. Now, here are the alarming facts for Guam in 2020. There were 190 cases of sexual assault reported, an increase in child abuse by close to 5%, with approximately 1,000 cases referred to Child Protective Services, and the number of minors reported as sexually assaulted in Guam has risen from 69% in 2018 to 71% in 2019 and 75% in 2020. 63% of sexual assaults are not reported to the Guam police. In the United States, nearly 1 in 5 women and 1 in 67 men have been raped at some time in their lives. 1 in 6 boys and 1 in 4 girls is sexually assaulted before the age of 18. Since 2001, April has been designated the month of Sexual Assault Awareness Month, Child Abuse Prevention Month, Youth Month, and National Crime Victims' Rights Week. There is a proclamation signing that will be held today. And that's your news for now. Stay tuned for more on The Link after the break.
The Culture Club. When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
Join KUAM and Punta Dos Montes for the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series, an informative digital series for demonstrations throughout Mes Chamorro. Catch the Mes Chamorro Masterclass Series weekly on the KUAM News Facebook page, the KUAM YouTube channel, and every Saturday in March following the KUAM News Weekend Edition at 6:30 p.m. on TV8 and 7:30 on TV11. We'll highlight Guam's talented crafters and artisans teaching artisanal skills of our Chamorro heritage. Viva Mes Chamorro! From Punta Dos Montes and KUAM Communications. See KUAM.com for the complete Mes Chamorro Masterclass series schedule.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday Seafood Sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
got paid. Put up the canopy to get some shade, so we could kick back like it was nothing at all. While my primos and my homies playing basketball. The day is going smooth the way I thought it would be. Me and my family by the coconut tree, relaxed, waiting for the food to be done. My nephew's calling me to play one-on-one.
Best part's coming up.
Wait, boy, I have to make the tanac, and once I get finished, I cook the tatagat, so we can chow down.
Love that part.
Never did. Call everybody,
Especially the guts, the fats, right, Mike? That's a delicacy. You should be able to go in any high-end restaurant and be like, can I get the Tataga fats?
Excuse me, do you prepare your fish in a way that when you fry it, the head and the tail curl up towards the heavens?
Good morning.
That's bougie fried fish.
That was Grandma's bone marrow. The bone marrow of yesteryear. The Tataga guts. And the fats. Ooh. 6:56. You been getting fishy this Lent, Sabrina?
More like shrimpy.
Shrimpy. Like what kind of, what's been your big shrimp dish this year, this Lent?
I don't really do anything fancy. I just cook it.
You did one.
Some butter.
You shrimp cocktail, shrimp scampi.
She does like a
they
kimchi.
say shrimp
You
is
do like a kimchi shrimp, right?
Shrimp is the chicken of the sea. You can
Oh
broil it.
yeah, I've tried
boil
that.
it.
Yeah, I've done it that way.
I like it with the, take a wild guess, the coconut milk. Yep, coconut milk, the pumpkin tips, and the.
Okay.
Ooh, that sounds good for tonight.
my Holly side's gonna come out. I like a good shrimp cocktail with the red sauce
Real good shrimp cocktail.
on some ice.
I like that too.
Yeah, no, it's good.
It's good.
Yeah, I can't always eat Ultramore all the time, guys. Yeah.
Okay, when I was a kid, and it took me a really, really long time, and I had to ask my cousins about this. What is the difference between a shrimp and a prawn?
Is there a difference?
Size, right? Zoology is not my thing, everybody. I apologize, Link fam, but I was always like, okay, do you order shrimp or do you order prawns? It's like, what's the difference? I never knew. Mike is a fisherman. Mike, what's the difference?
About this big.
Yeah.
So it is size, okay.
So what? Prawns are the smaller one?
I think prawns are bigger.
Prawns have more meat.
Have you ever heard of the PI tiger prawns?
Yeah, the mantis they call it, right?
No, they're not mantis. They're just huge.
Mike's saying the tiger prawns from the
The
Philippines.
prawns that they get, the shrimp that they're getting from the PI, it's like bigger than the lobster. Which, I mean, don't you guys think like how to get so big? I wanted to talk just before we go out for our next interview. This whole like dialing locally will soon require an area code thing, Bree.
That's big.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Nestor did that story last night.
Yeah, it was a great story. What does it mean though? Like, when are we going to have to do that?
Sometime around October. We interviewed Andrew Gale, who is the Chief Operating Officer of GTA. I've known Andrew for, better part of like 25 years. My first job out of college was at Computer Land, and he was the sales engineer, or engineering manager. Really good guy, and I'm actually going to put up the full-length interview that Nestor had with Andrew yesterday, because he explains it in detail. And he was even saying it, he goes, okay, it sounds like a really big migration, but with most people using cell phones these days, as opposed to like old school landlines.
Oh God! Imagine if we're living in the rotary phone time.
Yeah, you hard code in.
It would take like 45 minutes just to call someone.
But you know what I never knew when I was in high school. And
Google it, rotary dial telephone.
What did you guys ever notice that living on Guam, like in the 80s and 90s, if you were on base, you had to dial a number to get off base. They had a completely different phone system, and I never knew that. I was trying to I was hanging out at one of my friend's house, and I was trying to call my mom to come and pick me up. And I was I kept dialing my house number and it never went through. He's like, oh, you have to hit 7 first. I was like, wow, I never knew that.
Yeah, the FCC issued a fact sheet around 4:30 Guam time this morning related to this, and it's all tied into the National Suicide Prevention line, which I think is going into effect on July 16th of next year.
And it starts with a 998.
Right, but prior to that, everybody has to get used to this 10-digit dialing. So what does this mean for consumers? There will be a new dialing procedure for the areas of the country that use 7-digit dialing and use 988 as the first 3 numbers and 7-digit phone numbers. To complete all local, non-mobile calls, consumers will need to dial their area code plus the telephone number. Who is affected by this change? Anyone with the telephone number in certain area codes will need to change from 7-digit dialing to 10-digit local dialing.
And we always had to do this if we went to the States, right? Like if you went there and you were like, okay, you're in California, 205, whatever, and then the phone number. This is
You
like
used to have
standard
to
in
do
the
it to call Saipan, but then with the telecoms, they merged their CNMI operations. You don't have to.
So it says, when will the change begin? Beginning April 24th. You should begin dialing 10 digits. That's the area code plus the telephone number for all local non-mobile calls. If you forget and dial just 7 digits, your call will still be completed.
Are you serious? April 24th?
That's what this says.
This kicks in. Of course, it would happen on my birthday that we would have like to change this.
All local non-mobile calls. So then beginning October 24th, you must dial 10 digits for all local calls. On and after this date, local calls dialed with only 7 digits may not be completed, and a recording will inform you that your call cannot be completed as dialed. You must hang up and dial again using the area code and the 7-digit number.
Your call cannot be completed as dialed.
Right.
Please hang up and try again.
There you go.
Beginning July 16th of next year, dialing 988 will route your call to the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline.
Or you get the other one, Chris. It's like, I'm sorry, there is no reply. You are being transferred to the operator.
Yeah, I think there's some PSAs that would need to go out.
Yeah.
All right,
So
we got to do
people
a
are-
video.
Yeah.
Well, Andrew was telling us yesterday, like, and again, I'm going to put...
Guess what, though, guys? Guess who has always saved his numbers as 10-digit on his phone?
Smart.
Oh, you did?
Well, and Andrew was even
Okay.
saying if you use a modern cell phone, most of the time that the wherever you're dialing locally from, like so for us, the 671 is actually kind of like automatically inserted. It's just now you might have to go to some of your contacts and maybe like do the edit thing and like adjust it.
Yeah.
But he was saying in that interview with Nestor, again, I'm going to put that up on YouTube so all of you guys can watch it. He basically gives a very, very informative tutorial. And he's like, it sounds like it's a lot of work. For most people, it's not going to be that much.
Yeah.
So it is something to
No,
get used to.
I also saved the 671 in my
Yeah.
my contacts.
Like I said, I mean, if it was the rotary dial time, that would be interesting.
For all local non-mobile calls. So that's his landline?
Yeah.
Local non-mobile.
Mama Bear, Debbie Davison comments, she goes, boy, do I remember dialing a number before calling off base.
Now that you think about it, now that we've been through the COVID, it kind of seems like the rotary dial telephone is like high risk of infection. Because you stick your finger in there, right? And
Yep. When was the last
Or
time you guys
even
actually
the-
used a public payphone?
What? Go ahead, Brie.
No, the little push button one.
Yeah.
No, when was the last time you guys used a public payphone? Like either at the mall or like out at the beach or something?
No.
Can't remember.
Yeah.
Do they still have that?
There's a couple out here somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, there was... People used to use the phone at the store. Do they still do that? I feel like the cell phone companies have succeeded in getting everybody to have a cell phone.
Yeah.
But I remember having because we didn't have the cell phone when I was younger, but sometimes, or we didn't have a phone. Sometimes I'd have to go to the store and call like one of my relatives to get picked up or whatever, and they would always have that, please limit calls to 3 minutes. Right? Anyway, that's kind of a random thing.
Did you ever run into some guy like got in an argument with his girlfriend like in a public place on a public phone?
I only got 3 minutes. Let's make this fast.
I know. those were always awkward. It's like, I'm just trying to wait for my ride.
Hey, hold on, cashier. It's only been 2.5 minutes.
Can't you see that I love you and that's why I'm yelling?
Wow.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. That's what it's like to date Jason Solis.
No, but this practice of actually adding the area code like as a prefix, every time when I would go to the States, it would always confuse me because I'd always forget. Like try to call like some of my friends and everything. I was like, oh yeah, you got to put the 206. If you're in Hawaii, you got to put the 808 whatever. But so again, I mean, it is going to be somewhat of a transition and a learning curve, but it's not going to be that big of a one. Like
Yeah, you're literally having to press 4 more presses. Like, oh God, kill me now. I got to press 4 more buttons on my stupid cell phone. So that's what's going on with that, guys, because people were talking about it. One of my aunties was asking me, what's with this dial? You got to dial long distance. She thought it was going to be like long distance. But it's not. It's 7:04, guys. We're about to head out up to Anderson Air Force Base for our next segment. where we're going to get, there's actually a protest going on up at the front gate of Anderson. And we're going to take you there next on the link. Good morning. It's 7:05. We're KUAM FM, Agotnia, Guam. Good morning to our viewers on KUAM TV. Thank you so much for joining us. Jay, we've also got a bunch of Facebook Live action going on.
Yeah, so Joy Rivera Woodward, very good friend of ours. WhatsApp
Geckos.
ad contacts, Joy adds, require the area code when adding new contact. That is very true, Joy.
Right,
Good tech
yeah.
support there.
Yeah, so that's
so
why
if you do it in WhatsApp, it'll filter through the rest of your contacts.
Right. She also says, my dialing finger hurts just trying to make song requests on the rotary phones. I mean, imagine trying to text somebody on the rotary phone.
Okay, do you remember, of course, Chris.
By the way, Jay, Debbie Davis writes, prawns are bigger than shrimp.
Okay, Mike was right.
Yeah,
don't mess with a fisherman, Mike.
Joy put shrimp to Nancy, Chris. I thought about that, but it's like a lot of people are allergic to shrimp.
Okay, so what I was going to say, speaking of phones, Chris, 411 has always been information, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and 911 obviously has always been emergency services. Do you remember in the 80s on Guam, there used to be, we should ask Pastor Joe Nata when he was on yesterday, there was a service, if you dialed 711, they would tell you stories, and these were typically stories from the Bible. Like,
really?
Somebody would read it, and it had it on maybe a 45-minute loop, but if you just dialed 711, it's a completely free service.
I remember 511 was the weather, right?
Was the weather, yeah,
right,
511.
Yeah.
But that 711 service, for those of you guys who remember, it was super cool. They tell you Noah's Ark, they tell you,
right.
Adam and Eve.
Chamrita Regis writes in here, happy April Fool's Day. Hoffaday, good morning, Chris, Sabrina, Jason, Mike V, KUAM Guam, and the CNMI from the beautiful hillside of Sin City, Sinahanya.
Ooh, enjoy that view.
They got a Holy Week extra hard in Sin City. Richard Ken writes, Buenos Guam from California. Bev Tess J. Salas, Hoffaday, Familin KUAM. Emma Olalia, good morning, and a big thumbs up. Clifford Meredith Duenas. I'm assuming this is on the UN Rapporteur that's coming to Guam. These issues need to be brought before the federal government, not before the military leadership on Guam. The feds have authority over DOD, as it is a federal agency.
Oh, Joy Rivera goes, we dialed a number just to check the time. Yep, there was a service for that. I believe it was 811, Joy?
Right.
And now you can just get Alexa.
Yeah, because you know why? Because we're so old that they didn't even invent watches.
Yeah.
We had to call to get the time.
And now I just, when I'm in my kitchen, I just yell out, I was like, Alexa, what time is it?
The technology, that's crazy, huh, Jay?
Yeah.
Hey, it's 7:07, so yeah, we'll take a break, and we're coming back with more of the show next. Good morning.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof, Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday seafood sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
Ben Nagauta doing a cover of the old first issue tune penned by the late Savage K. It's called Chamorro Pride. 7:14. Hey, good morning. There was a new guidance that just came out, and we're getting Crystal Pacos and Augustine on in about an hour, Bree.
Right, and we can go through it, but there's some changes. Just not sure because we just got it right now. Jason just gave it to me, but there's some changes in occupancy load. It appears just right off the bat from 75 to 50%, but it's just for certain
businesses and industries.
And then the approval of 50% occupancy load. Also for certain businesses.
Right.
I'll add it up in the comments. So everybody can see it. So give me a minute. I'll put it
well, so we're going to go in and figure out what's different as this guidance.
Yeah, apparently it was issued late last night by Public Health.
Right.
And Crystal just forwarded it to the media. So she'll join us again, as Chris mentioned, in about an hour or so. I think she just received it too.
Right. There was a story you'd done in the news, Bree, about this IBEW protest and the federal contract that was awarded to the company out of Texas.
Yeah, Invicta Defense LLC, based out of Fort Worth. And there's a protest, I believe, being held as we speak at Anderson Air Force Base.
Yes, and so we're going to actually go out where we have standing by Ken Laguatnia, who's the union rep for the IBEW. As we're hearing, Ken, and I know we talked to you yesterday, that dozens are losing their jobs in this federal contract changeover. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning.
So I know I spoke with you yesterday afternoon, and so basically, guys, what happened here is these guys used to be with DCSP 21. They had a collective bargaining agreement as part of the IBEW union membership, and so that contract ended, and it was awarded to, what's it again? Invictus, a company out of Texas. And so, Ken, we'll just start there. There's a whole process, right? When you guys have an agreement with the company and the feds award a new agreement, what type of consideration is supposed to be given to employees of the outgoing company, especially with a bargaining agreement in place with the union and the company?
Well, a contract bargaining agreement, I provided them the list of employees that have been working out there, some as long as 20 years, 18, 19 years. And with their classification, their wage rate, and their time in service, that's the first time. And then it seemed like they didn't really utilize or respond on it. So I sent them another one. And then we were sending emails back and forth. And I even have an email that, they said that they're going to follow Article 10, which is the seniority in there. So the ones that they select, if they need, 5 of this and 5 of that, and there's 10 of each, they'll pick the most 5 senior of the 10 of each one. And of course, the most senior is the most qualified and the most experienced. It's not rocket science here. We're talking about material coordinator, supply tech, mechanics, heavy and light, just PCCs, all that other stuff. Unless they know they got problems or they didn't fulfill certain requirement, they can justify it. And I asked for justification of why they wouldn't do that. So they led me to believe that that's what they were going to do. However, to my surprise, they offered offer letters and did not let us know anything. And then the members were shooting offer letters to us, and those that weren't getting offer letters were really upset. A lot of them, like 10 to 18 years of experience, weren't told anything, and a reason why they didn't get an offer letter. And the ones that got offer letters were told to keep it hush-hush. So I turned it to RFI. And I also, a couple days later, work days later, I filed a ULP, unfair labor practice, because they didn't work with us. And they selected, because the list that they gave me of names and classifications that they hired were not according to Article X, which is seniority. And no explanation of why they didn't select the people that are seniority. All they did was send me names and the positions that they were offered, because obviously I knew who was offered what because the members were telling me. They wouldn't tell me anything after that. So
Ken, just on a technical, Ken, I'm sorry. Can you pull your phone back so we could see your face?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because you're a handsome guy. So there you go.
We're roadside, that's why.
Right on. Yeah.
And I can't barely hear you from the road noise.
So I see there's you guys a bunch of employees there. How many
Yeah, how many are?
How many are
affected by
there? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, we had more earlier, but some of them got to go to work. But just about 90% of my essential workers work at 7:30. Some of these guys here are ones that are not obviously didn't get offered employment, and got a couple GFTs that are supporting us here, and then other members that took time off to come here. So
How many employees?
we had a pretty good turnout.
How many employees were not offered employment?
I don't know the number exactly, but I believe it's changed. I believe it's almost 55 at this point.
Mm-hmm.
Just about 55, or maybe a little bit more, maybe a couple more over. I haven't got an updated list since I filed the unfair labor practice.
Did you also file anything? Was that ULP, the unfair labor practice? Was that with the local DOL, Ken, or?
No, this is with the National Labor Relations Board that's based in Hawaii. I filed it with them. It's our lawyers now handling it. It's ongoing. I filed because I believe that they ignored the legal bargaining agent. They didn't give us the opportunity to discuss what their plan was. I gave them the medical, dental, their life insurance, their 401k plan connection. I even told them the ASC was trying to contact them, as we always do, because I've been over 24 transitions in 10 years. Big transitions. We just transitioned the biggest contract at one time with the Navy. That was DGSP 21 down south that had up north, but they separated this contract and made it small business. And that was 600 members that I transitioned. And to date, I think there's 50 on the furlough list, maybe less, as a result of that. So that's, and we didn't even have a drop in the bucket. The problem we had here, everything was perfect. Everybody got selected the way they were supposed to select it. Those that weren't selected, that just started maybe 6 months, a year, whatever, in the position that we were a little too fat on. And they were told they're on the recall list, so they got 18 months to recall them. And it's, it's a slow process, but I'm confident because we're going to have to support this buildup. They're going to call them back. Everything was perfect. I did the housing contract with 150 members there, with from Hugosh to Wolf Creek to DBSI, and that was wonderful. I've had all the other contracts. Like I said, we had 1,000 members and 11 contracts, all on base, and it was I never had any of these problems. This disrespectful, to tell you the truth. So I didn't expect it, and I guess this is the first. But I want to stand not only for these guys that are not working today, but even for those guys that are working. If they're going to treat workers and treat us that way, what more are they going to keep doing as they take over and they start working the contract? And I also want to send a message to let everybody know that you can't do that to our people, man. This is Guam. We got a culture here, a culture of respect. Workers' rights are human rights, man. You come over here, you better respect us. I know you're coming over here for the money. That's fine. You can make Guam home. But the least you can do is be respectful. Follow the rules and knock on the door before you come in. Don't kick it in because you think it's your home now.
Mm-hmm. What conversations have you had with
I'm very distraught by it, but anyway.
What conversations have you had with Invicta?
I got to get in. I'm going to start filing more grievances. We got class action grievance we're filing. There's a lot of stuff that these guys are going to end up going through on litigation, trying to iron out and let the NLRB or DOL, anybody else decide anything more. The guys that know what they're doing decide what's the result of this. Meanwhile, I'm doing what this little guy can do. Gather them up and protest and let them know that that's not right. And it's not too late to fix it.
Yeah.
We can fix this.
So
Just do the right thing. And I'm not saying people are going to lose jobs. That's not the problem. I know if they cut down, they're going to have to lose some jobs. I didn't, but right now, they didn't talk to us. We don't know what their plan is. So we're fighting for every single job and every single member that's there right now. Okay. Until then.
So you said you have not had any conversations with Invicta?
No conversations at all since, right.
Email correspondences back and forth? Nothing?
No, I would send them another RFI, request for information.
Mm-hmm.
He'd say he received it. That's it. Mm-hmm. That's about the extent of our conversation. Since the lawyers have taken it over a little over a week now, for a week and a half, they didn't make the selections. The decision of the protest and them to go forward, I had to call the contracting officer to find out if the if they were mobilized to start the contract after the protest was over. And they told me that on February 10th, I believe it was, that they got the go ahead to start doing things. They never contacted me. So I contacted them. And then they waited till March, first part of March, before they started giving us and making us believe that they're going to cooperate with Article 10, which I have on paper, by the way. Okay. And everything was going to be just fine. They even signed a bridge agreement from the Invicta Defense LLC, and all subcontractors signed a bridge agreement taking over the CBA as well. I made sure that they did that, so we're on the same page, and they did. We all signed, sealed, and delivered, a fully executed document. Then I says, when are you guys going to send me a list before you give offer letters so I can review and find out and know the plan of our medical benefits and everything else? And they didn't say anything to us. The only thing that they did was about over 2 weeks ago is they got the one department that they're picking up. Most of the guys, all the guys, except they're downgrading a lot of them. They gave offer letters to. That's who they started with. They waited till transportation and mechanic shop, which has the big bulk of the workers, at least 100 of them, 100 or so. And they worked on that. And when they gave the offer letters, they told them the instructions to keep it quiet. And then, I turned around and I put an RFI out there, and I told them I'm going to file unfairness offenses unless you provide me the list and all that. I still tried to help them and try to work with them. I even gave them a list of what I thought was proper way to select. That way, if you do need people and you need to help workers to come back, it's only the right thing to do to go to that same list of layoffs or furloughs and recall them by classification that every time you need one. If you got one sick mechanic that's missing and he's not working anymore, or whatever the case is, or somebody that quit that's a material coordinator, all you got to do is go the reverse order of what I presented. And then hire the next senior guy that's on the recall list that was furloughed because you don't need him in that same classification. Everything would have been perfect, just like everything I've done more than 24 times here on this island.
Mm-hmm. I noticed in your release, you mentioned that you presented the governor and senators with documents. Have you heard a response from them?
I presented the office with some of the information that I was working on, and and a letter too of what the whole scenario. The governor's office, I sat down and I told them my story, and talked to them, and then later that they called and they asked for document. I think I sent the documents to them, and then they asked for anything else, and I sent them something else, and with all the Invicta Defense and their subcontractors, and then they. I guess they came out with their letter, and they sent the letter out.
Ken,
I was very appreciative that our governor is concerned about what's going on. I think everybody should be concerned of what's going on. We can't set precedents this way. It's not the way to work on Guam. I've had many phone calls. Even I had the government call me just to have clarity. And I says, no, our problem is with the way the contract's being executed.
I know you said that this, Ken, you said that this is with the lawyers now. Is that going to be the remedy, or do you anticipate, because what Invictus officially starts today, right? So do you anticipate any, have you given up hope that this can be resolved before it hits the NLRB or even the courts?
Oh, yeah. They can easily resolve this. I mean, even if they called me and they want to fix it, and they say, okay, Ken, and then they let me into their plan. At least give me if they got anything that they're doing that they believe is right, the only humane thing is to discuss it. So that's all we were asking at first. We're not telling them how to run their business. We're telling him you can't get rid of that many workforce and still expect to do the same amount of work that's on the old contract, except there is a little bit of work out of transportation that's not in there. I know that. However, it's not 50, 60 guys worth. I don't think so. I don't know. All I know is that they haven't talked to us.
Are we able to, Ken,
haven't selected or complied on the CBA.
Are we able to see and maybe talk to some of the guys picketing over there?
Excuse me?
Are we able to, can we go talk to some of the guys who are out there with you with the signs?
Sure. Some of the guys are camera shy.
Yeah. Well, whoever you got, I mean. And if you could just face the camera over, we'd like to see the protest. This is going on at the front gate to Anderson this morning, guys. Are you getting a lot of supportive honks out there, Ken?
Yes. I'm humbled, especially by the guys that are going by. I understand our members. They got to work. People got to do what they got to do. A lot of fear of retaliation. But I got Ed Flores here, who's been out there, I think 14 years? Over 15 years as a painter. And I know other painters that were bypassed with more seniority. One was 18 years? Oh, 20 years. Jesus Christ. Anyway, you'd like to talk to Ed Flores.
Yeah.
He's a quiet guy. He's a good guy. And he's been working out there for a long time as an essential worker and not an explanation. That's the problem. Here you go, Chris.
Thanks, Ken. Good morning, Ed.
How you doing? Let's put on my mask. Hold on. Okay.
Ed, I just wanted to kind of like add on to the point that Ken had made, where we're not talking about guys who've been working these types of jobs for 6 months to a year. We're talking about very long-term skilled workers, right? Like yourself. I mean, a painter for 18, 19 years, and these are the types of workers and the quality of workers that are being passed over, right?
Yeah. Well, I myself, I'm going on 16. I'm working on 16 years, but there are guys who have been there 20 years and all that.
And I wanted to ask, because this is $1 billion buildup, right? And we're getting a lot of contract, and
that's true.
To see our people, our workers getting treated like this, I think that we got to make a statement to keep it from happening again. So how crucial is this action that you guys are taking this morning?
Damn, I'm sorry, Chris. I'm having problems with this phone, hearing exactly what he's saying.
Right. So this is crucial. I mean, with the $1 billion buildup, we want to keep this from happening again. So how important is it for you guys to get the support you need to kind of stop this before it becomes common practice?
I don't know exactly, everything about what's going on now. But from what I do know, something illegal, I believe, has been gone down. So we're here to try to right that wrong.
Were you anticipating a job with Invicta?
Yeah, I've been here with a lot of other companies, and they would hire just a few, testing the waters to see exactly how many guys should be coming back, and usually they'll all come back because the workload is huge up here. So they discover that they need more than what they hired in the first place. But with Invicta, with my shop, only one was picked up in the beginning, and everybody was shocked. How is one gonna handle the shop here? Yeah, it's a bit strange with this company that's presently in.
Ed, can you move your finger?
Damn it. Sorry.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Man, Lenny, you guys are all handsome. That's why I want to show your face. What's your message, Ed? I want to ask, what's your message to Invicta, and then also, what's your message to the people of Guam watching this morning?
I just hope they realize exactly what they've done. I hope that happens soon, and the way it looks, it reflects bad on them. There's a lot of guys out here who's been here for, like I said, decades already. And, yeah, they've got family as well. And, damn. I would, what do you say? I would see this thing only happening like in the States and all that. And I'm glad these companies that do come in, that have come in, they've done the right thing, especially with, Ken LaGuardia representing us and all that. So it is kind of strange. We're trying to wrap our minds around what's happening now with the guidance of Ken. I hope things turn out well.
Ed, if you don't mind, can you get us some video of the protesters out there? Maybe just show us them with the phone.
Okay, I'm going to give this back to Ken.
Thank you.
He'll be there.
Thank you. Right on. Ken, appreciate your time this morning.
Nice talking to you guys. Okay, brother. Thank you, man. Y'all going on. Anyway, yeah, let me, who's still out here?
Can you send some pics too, Ken?
Yeah, go around this big mud puddle.
Again, you're looking at the protest that's being held right now over at the front gate of Anderson Air Force Base. A protest is being held by union members IBEW 1260. I think he said 60 people may have lost a job because of the contract.
Maybe I should go this way.
That was awarded to Invicta Defense LLC out of Fort Worth,
Hey, you
Texas.
guys, can you turn around and say hi?
That's Ken LaGuardia. He is with the IBEW union. That stands for International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers.
Right, yeah. And the whole point of the union, right, in these cases is the strength in numbers, and they bargain collectively as a large group of employees so that they can, get fair wages and fair treatment from these companies. So it is really egregious that that's not happening, even with these collective bargaining agreements in place. Ken, keep us posted. I know that the governor wrote a letter. I understand also you reached out to some senators. So we definitely want to keep eyes on this, and thank you for your time this morning.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much, Chris and Sabrina.
Okay.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the time.
Thank
Okay.
you, and good luck.
Adios. Viva Guam. Viva IBW.
Biba! Right on. 7:40, we'll take a break, and we're coming back with the chairman of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, Juan Regis Jr., next at 7:39. This is The Link. Good morning.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
KUAM Communications salutes women small business entrepreneurs during Women's History Month with a special community feature, Women Driven. Every Monday in March, tune into KUAM News Primetime for a showcase of women entrepreneurs working in our community and the businesses they own and operate. Also catch the daily women-driven profiles, flooding the digital media platforms of KUAM News for professional features on many of these hardworking women. Celebrate Women's History Month with Women Driven on the multi-platforms of KUAM, presented by Cars Plus and Bank of Guam.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday seafood sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI.
Brought to you by East West Rental, Cabo Enterprises, IT&E, and Carrier from Aircon Babies. And coming up, we got a Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King. As Burger King turning 32, thanks to you, and celebrating Whopper Wednesday every Wednesday. They also have the BK Big Fish and the vegan Impossible Whopper. Let's head into the Zoom room where we have the chairman of the Chamorro Land Trust Commission, Juan Regis Jr., standing by at 746. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning, Sabrina, Jason, and team.
Good morning.
Good morning. So we wanted to bring you on. We'll just get right into it. Is that we had the CLTC administrator, Jack Hattig, on, was it like a couple weeks ago?
Mm-hmm.
And this is all kind of centering around this allegation that had been made by a land agent that Mr. Hattig had altered land report that
coerced
and also altered. There was an allegation, I think, of forgery. And so anyway, we had Jack on, and it was, if you guys recall, the interview was it was funny to me because Jack was like, I don't know. So I'd asked him straight up, like, did you forge anything on the document? He goes, I would have to see the definition of forgery. And so it was just a little iffy to me. And then that's where I know that you had got involved with this allegation and did, was it an investigation that you conducted, Mr. Chair?
Well, so I mean, starting from the beginning, right? It was our February 18 meeting, and we were just beginning and moving into our constituent items on the agenda. And right out of the gates, the first case, we were going through it and reading through chronology, findings, and recommendations. Discussion started to happen, and we were asking questions, and the land agent was presenting. And that's kind of where the disagreement had been brought up, right, in regards to the discussion between the director and the land agent. And the keywords that were reused, right, was coerced, and she was forced to put these findings in. Mm-hmm. Now, the key thing too to remember on that, right, is that these are put forth before the board, presented to the board. And ultimately, the board is the ones that make the decision, right? And making sure that we do our due diligence and asking the questions, and making sure that even before we decide, we have the discussion and that it's legal, right? The key thing here is that making sure that across the board in all our leases and in our dealings with our constituents, right, that we do everything that's legal and within the guidelines, parameters of statutes, et cetera. And so at that moment, right, when the land agent had brought that up, right? I allowed her to continue to share, right, what was the issue at hand, and I immediately kind of just went into recess, right, because I needed to kind of take a step back and say, okay, looking through, right, the 10 items that we had in our agenda with constituent matters, there was a few that was on this switch and transfer. And so immediately I made the decision, right, to just table everything in regards to our constituent items on the agenda. Again, given the statement that was made by our land agent. And so, we continued our meeting. We did not make any decisions at that point. And so we went into, what are our next steps? And we ended the meeting with, with the commissioners, that I was committed to them to meet with our land agents, or actually the entire staff of the agency, right, to discuss the issue at hand, right, but also allow them if there was a need for them to share any other issues, comments, feedbacks, or concerns, right, and allowing them for that and having that open communication and transparency, things that I'm not a part of the day-to-day, and giving them that opportunity. And also the reassurance, right, that, given, the unfortunate circumstance with the agency or with CLTC as a whole, has been plagued over the years with I don't know, call it drama, call it scandal, but it's this black cloud hanging over us. And so it was always my intention to spend the time as a group, but I figured it's better to do a one-on-one at this point, right? To kind of get some information, and just get a better understanding of what is happening? Is it isolated? Is it not? Is it and just go through that process, right? And primarily focusing on their feedback and getting some more insight to that. So it progressed through that, right? And then my commitment to my board of commissioners was to come back with a report. And I know it's a topic of controversy in regards to the report being released, but the one thing that we have to remember is that we're treating it as a personal matter, an HR matter, and every step of the way in meeting with the employees, creating the report and sharing it with our commissioners. Legal counsel, right, or the assistant attorney general has always been a part of that process, making sure that I'm and he agrees and supported, right, of my actions in going through this process. So that's where we're at. The key thing, right, is that we've addressed it with the director. What's paramount, right, is transparency, clarity, and openness and communication to ensure, right, that none of this happens again. In addition to that, right, it's my responsibility to really now immerse myself even more, right, with some of the day-to-day, which in essence, is not a role of the chair of the board. However, it is a responsibility of mine to make sure that, and my commitment to the trust and to protect and preserve the trust. And that's kind of what my next steps are.
Right. So just a couple things. Are you sure it's a HR matter? Because it kind of seems like there's legal issues involved with the altering of the documents. And I can understand that by classifying it as an HR and personnel matter, it then becomes something that you guys as a board don't have to share with the public because it's a personnel issue. And then the other thing, when you had talked about whether or not this was an isolated incident, I had heard from some of the land agents that this was kind of routine and that this altering of the land reports has happened, and that they had felt that when you tabled the discussion after that first land agent had spoke, that they were denied the opportunity to kind of share that this has happened before. So I don't know, have you heard anything about that? Was that part of your investigation?
As part of my discussion with the land agents, yes, they were. I encouraged them to freely share with me. Now, as far as has it always happened in the past, I don't know, right? Because I've only been on now for the past 5 months. I'm on my 4th meeting, but what I do know is that this land report or the staff reports is fairly new in the sense of what was put together by the director, right, in how the format should be in regards to presenting it to the board. So that's to the extent that I know in that regard. Of now, has it happened prior to me? I mean, I don't know that, but what I do know is the what has happened, and kind of in the review of what was submitted versus what was presented to the board. Those are the things that the process that I took to get to a better understanding of what has had transpired.
How many staff were interviewed? How many land agents?
So it's not only our land agents, so all our land agents, and we also have a division, a shared resource for our surveyor group. So there was a total of 12 or 13 total, inclusive of our administrative team, right? So there's 2 in our agency that kind of does the second review, administrative side, audit side. So everyone. Yeah, I didn't just limit to our land agents.
So was this an isolated incident?
So I'd rather not discuss that piece right now because it is part of my report. But what I can say is that I'm taking the necessary steps to move forward in how these reports are generated, on how they're reported to us. I know that even prior to my meeting with the team, the director has also taken steps to, and putting some clarity. But again, it's my responsibility, and I've committed to make sure that anything that is presented, that they're very clear and deliberate in, these recommendations or considerations, this be presented to the board. The board doesn't do, our land agents does the dirty work in go visiting our properties and doing the inspections, and providing these chronologies, and we rely on that heavily, so that we're informed, along with questions that we may have, and that's directed to our legal counsel to make sure that we're doing everything that's within the guidance of the law, statutes, etc.
So, is it legal to transfer a lease application to another in exchange for their place on the waiting list? Is that legal?
So the law, right? So the law in question here, I think, is the it's 5.8, which is the transfer of rights to another. An applicant may designate and I'll read it here, right? Does it qualified under the act to include husband and wife, children, widows, or widowers of the brothers and sisters or nieces and nephews to succeed to the applicant's application rights upon the death of the applicant?
You can only do it
right?
after they die. Yeah. Right. So you can
right.
only.
So they can designate. They can designate it, but it can only be transferred upon the death of the applicant.
Right. And so, what was this land agent being coerced to do by Director Haddock?
Okay, so again, it's my understanding from the disagreement that they had was to even put this forth into the report, right? That's going to be presented to the board, because again, it's clear in the law, and as well as from the opinion from the Attorney General's office, plus what was, I believe, also a decision made from the previous commissioners board that these things are again should not be entertained again based on this law.
That's why it doesn't seem like it should be a personnel issue, as if we have the director, tell. And I want to just get this quote from the governor in, because I think this quote from the governor, I don't know, to me it's a game changer. She says, quote, "I am very confident that Jack has not intentionally meant anything contrary to the laws or the regulations or the commission's instructions." So my takeaway from that is that she is admitting that Jack Hattig did do something contrary to the laws, the regulations, which is you can't switch a lease between living people, but that she believes that he didn't intentionally mean it.
Well, okay, so, I worked for the governor personally, right? She was my direct boss at one point in time. The governor is very compassionate in when it comes to employees. However, right, from my perspective as the chair, right, and as our commission, right, and it's not a team of one, is to make sure that all things being equal, is to ensure that anything that comes through our decision-making authority, we are doing it within the legal parameters. Secondly to that, right, Sabrina, back to your question, with the issue at hand, and Chris, right, is it really a truly personnel issue? What we're trying to make sure and determine here, right, is that the transparency, the openness of the communication within our employees and staff, as well as with the director, we keep that line of communication open, because they're our front line that makes everything happen in the commission, right? And our duty and responsibility to the trust to protect and preserve it, and I'll continue to iterate that, is because again, unfortunately, so many years, right? And the black cloud continues.
Yeah,
so,
but John, man, I'm sorry, Prim, but it continues because of things like this that are happening right now, today. But you guys are shielding the whole process by saying, "Oh, it's a personnel issue," when you have a sitting director who's coercing land agents to basically break the law, and now we can't even get the report. The governor's backing the director. It kind of sounds like you're backing the governor or backing the director, and that's why there's a black cloud over this. And we just snatched the Chamorro Land Trust from the jaws of death.
Agreed.
Right? And
Understood.
so we're
Because
right
the
back to
Department
doing
of
these.
Justice-
And I mean, it is what it is. What I hear is that, the director is coercing people to do favors for political reasons.
And to that point, right? My goal and with my commissioners, right, is to put a stake in the ground and move forward. And by no means is this being taken lightly, right? And it's my commitment to not only the land agents and the agency, but as well as my commissioners, right? Because it's ultimately it's our decision when these come to us, and and making sure that we do our due diligence and for lack of better words, tear it apart to make sure that we have all the information that we need to make a decision, right? So, again, I stand in support of our agency. I stand in support of our commissioners to make sure that we do the right thing and we follow the laws that really, right, that really put a confine into the agency. We can't do anything because we are really it's strictly on these laws, and it's my responsibility and my commitment to make sure that we act on that way.
So,
what options are you looking at in terms of actions that you plan on taking?
and if it's a personnel action, would there be any disciplinary consequences?
At this time, right? Sans anything that I could discuss in regards to some of the on the matter of the personnel matters. What I'm taking as a step in the right direction is anything that comes through the commissioners, right? Making sure that whatever the land agents are putting out there for us to make a decision, anyone who's had a hand in additional recommendations or considerations, either the senior land agent, our administrative team, or even the director, it is clear and deliberate on whose recommendations these are, so that the commission is well informed in making these leases or whatever comes before us, right? And it's within the legal parameters, and that is legal, abiding by the law.
Are you planning to ever release your investigation results?
Again, at this juncture, as we progress, and there are some impending inquiries. I'm working closely with the assistant general attorney, right, that's been assigned to us, our legal counsel, to make sure that we address as it comes.
I'm not even sure what you said. So,
What did that mean?
no, I just wanted to go back to what options are you looking at in terms of what action will you be taking any action against Mr. Hattig, or you're just going to be like, okay, so this is what we found, and just
Because I mean, it kind of sounds
and
like
make some changes.
like we're just trying to move on from this.
And I know you want a definitive answer, but at this juncture, right, I don't want to address that piece right now. But what I've said is, going forward, here's how we will make sure and ensure that we are dealing with these constituent matters that come before the commission, as well as all matters, right? Not just these particular constituent ones, because there are other commercial matters, agricultural matters that come through. So yeah, and that's kind of again what I've committed and moving moving forward. Now, to answer your question, to address that, I don't want to, I respectfully ask to not address that at this moment until, again, anything that, if anything further that transpires, I'm continuing to work with our legal counsel on that.
How serious is this? I mean, because you won't say if this was an isolated incident. You won't give us the findings of this report.
Well,
How serious is this?
I mean, anything and everything that comes through this matter, any other matter, right? We have to take it seriously, right? And I've taken the necessary steps to make sure that we're going to address it. And yeah, I mean, everything that comes through, it's definitely taken seriously.
Yeah,
100%.
well, I'm just asking you because there's an allegation that laws were broken.
Yeah.
Or a law was broken.
Mm-hmm.
we heard forgery, you know?
Yeah. And we have the governor who has come out on the record across multimedia platforms saying that basically Jack Hattick broke the law, but it's okay, Munga, never mind, because it was not intentionally meant.
Well,
and then we have you saying, oh, it's all a personnel issue, and you're not going to release anything to the public.
We've always taken the stance, and again, working every step of the process with this, and making sure that, you know, I was supported and, you know, went through legal counsel to be able to do what take the necessary steps in the processes that I'm taking. So, again, to address, you know, and answer your question outright. I mean, at this point, I'm not, you know, I don't want to be able to address that again because of how we're handling this as a HR personal matter.
And you're not able to confirm if it was an isolated incident?
Again, as part of the process in going through what was presented versus what was submitted, right? I taken the necessary action to make sure that anything that gets presented to us is going to be, you know, all within the confines of the law, that we ensure that, you know, that's how it's managed going forward.
Yeah. Well, I'm just going to let you know as your prim that the land agents they're not confident in this process, and now they're reaching out to different senators to put eyes on this whole thing. And I can't say I don't blame them, because it just really seems like it's just kind of suspect, the labeling of it as a personnel issue when it's clear there are allegations that the attempts to break the law were made. And even the governor has said that laws were broken, but it wasn't intentional.
Well, you know, and just to kind of add to that, right? I've also expressed to our land agents, you know, as you brought up, they're going outward as well. But I've also expressed to them that, you know, they should feel comfortable and you know, always open opportunity to address their issues and concerns with me as well. And that was also expressed in our conversations one-on-one. So, you know, I'm hoping that if there is still anything that they need to address, you know, that they can, you know, they can come to me, and we can address it as well, or take the necessary steps to address it.
If nothing was found that he did anything wrong, would you guys make a public announcement and say he's cleared of everything, all these allegations? Well,
I mean, I think I don't necessarily think that, you know, we should. How should I mean, no, I think we are going to, at the end of the day, make sure, right, that if there's anything that needs to be addressed, that it will be addressed in the proper manner. So,
what is the proper manner?
It depends on if there's anything, you know, again, if there's anything additional that needs to be addressed, it'll be addressed in the proper manner. I'm not sure if, where you're getting at with that question, though, Sabrina, but again.
I'm just saying that if nothing wrong was found, wouldn't you guys come out and say he's cleared of all of these allegations? I mean, there was a press conference that GDD had, and they announced all of the officers that were accused in this shooting. They're all cleared. Right. You know, no action is necessary.
Yeah,
you know?
that's a little.
But by saying that, you know, you guys got to do all this review, the AG, whatever, we got to go through this process. We're going to see changes. So it sounds like you found something.
Yeah. But you're not telling the public, and you're saying it's a personnel issue. And meanwhile, you got land agents who are coming out of the woodwork saying, yeah, Jack Hattick does this all the time. We're not getting any action from our board, our chair. We can't go to our director. So now we got to go call the media. We got to go call the senators. So the confidence, I feel like the public trust, especially after this program was right on the firing line. Right? Because I did all these stories, Prim, on the Barragata Heights, the switches, the leases. So I just kind of take it personal, and to see that we're right back to where we started, and with this veil over everything. It's just the public can't trust the process because they feel like and the land agents also feel like the director is not being held accountable.
Rest assured that, I'm taking the necessary steps on what needs to get done, right? And at the end of the day, yes, it's a struggle. It's a struggle because of, to your point, all the issues that has amounted over the years. Don't get me wrong. That is, I fully acknowledge that, and my goal and my commitment is just to ensure that none of that happens again. That yes, we're in the spotlight again because of what was inspired in our meeting. But I want to make sure that I give my commitment, and it's my responsibility, right, to take that and move forward and address it. So again, without going further with that, I mean, that's kind of my goal
But
and my commitment.
Mr. Chair, can I just ask point blank, are you covering this up?
There's nothing. I know, because I'm doing what I need to do. I'm putting forward a process. I'm committed to making sure that none of this happens again. And there's nothing to cover up.
Okay. Anything in closing maybe you want to say to the lessees out there who, maybe see this and they think, oh, it's one of these, you got to know somebody to make a recommendation to jump in the line, and it's just not being enforced.
So again, I'm 5 months into this, right? And meeting 3 on December, January. Yeah, meeting 3, right? This has come up. This aside, right? There's so much that needs to get done. There's so much cleaning up that needs to do. In regards to some of the things that were lingering, right, in the past for these switch and transfers, there's still over 4,000 lessees, right, from the 1995, when it first began, when the lists had started, that still need to be addressed, right? And so, we're trying to work through those plans on how do we address them. There's having to make sure from the eligibility standpoint with the new the law and qualifications of eligibility, making sure that the team is ready. And so yes, there, again, putting with this aside, there's a lot of work for the commissioners. There's a lot of work from the that our land agents will be that have ahead of them, right? And the tasks at hand. It's a little bit daunting, right? But I think, but it's not that it can't be done, even as daunting as it seems. I just got a copy or reviewing in detail our audit report, right? So in general, the audit report is clean. So that's another thing that's focused on. Anytime I've received an audit report in my past career, that's our marching orders in what needs to get done, right? If there's any deficiencies, but it was it's clean per se, right? Unmodified, quote unquote clean, but there are deficiencies. There's deficiencies in material weakness in report of internal controls and compliance. Compliance is a big thing. That is a leg within the agency that needs to get stood up. It's not only compliance, for the constituents in regards to land development or usage of the land, but there's also compliance in making sure that anything that has been is dealt with the board, right? That when it comes to audit, if it's picked an audit, that they can speak to it on those decisions. So there's a lot of work to do, and I'm committed to make sure that all of this gets done, as daunting as it seems, and as my responsibility to our constituents, but also the people of Guam that potentially are still could apply and are qualified.
Well, we're getting the BJ public auditor on in a little bit, so we'll definitely ask him about the audit. Thanks, John. I don't think there's anything else we can say about this, but keep us posted.
Thank you guys for the time, and have a great Easter holiday.
You too.
You too.
Okay, I'll stay.
Take care.
Right on. It's 8:16.
I wonder if there's going to be an oversight.
There has to be an oversight. Has to. No doubt.
was interesting.
I don't even know what to say. I just don't know what to say. But I just will say that John is my second cousin, just so you guys know. But, I mean, my jaw's on the floor right now. Because we're talking about transparency. And you know what's interesting in this quote that the governor had? I mean, the governor is saying that Jack Hattig broke the law. But he didn't mean, not what was it again? It was confusing, actually. Let me just read it again, guys. I am very confident that Jack has not intentionally meant anything contrary to the laws or the regulations or the commission's instructions. I mean, can you imagine pleading that in a court of law? I plead I did not intentionally mean to do it, right? So, yeah, she's basically saying my guy broke the law. And I just think at this point, it's clear that what needs to be done, the type of investigation, not report, the type of investigation that needs to be done on this, it's clear that the board is compromised or they're not taking as strong an interest in it as maybe the public would like. And so that's why we have the whole oversight process.
Yeah, I'm sorry he couldn't say, like...
he couldn't really say anything.
Yeah, whether it was an isolated incident or whether, in fact, he broke the law.
But I'm telling you guys, the land agents are coming out and they feel like they're not being heard and they're calling the senators and it is what it is, you know? And all I'm saying is that we just freaking got through this whole scandal at Barragata Heights. We just dodged the most major bullet with the federal government trying to snatch this whole program away. And that's why anytime there's anything remotely suspect, we have to lay it out. We have to turn on the lights. It has to be investigated, examined, publicly, openly, with transparency. Or else what's the point? We might as well just go give the land trust back to the federal. Yeah, I mean, really. And we had Jack Hattig on, and you guys saw the interview. It was uncomfortable. It was almost as uncomfortable as this interview we just had, where Jack admitted that he altered documents. And I said, did you forge anything? And he said, I don't know what's the meaning of
Chris, we
forgery.
need to log off.
Okay. Anyway, thank you, KUAM-TV. It's we're KUAM-FM. Agotni Guam on the breeze. To our viewers on KUAM-TV, my name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Estadios.
Bye.
Yeah, anyway, so that's all. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot of traction coming out of this. But the way I look at it, what I was thinking about this last night is like, it really seems like somebody, whether it's the chair or the other commissioners or even the governor through influence, right? Because it does kind of seem like she does have some influence on that commission board. It's like the lid is about to come off and the thing is boiling. This thing is boiling over and you can't keep the lid on it anymore. It's 8:20. We're going to take a quick break and we're coming back with an update on the ERA program, Bree. Emergency Rental
Assistance
Thank
Program.
you. Right. With Bernie Guinness, the deputy at Department of Administration, coming up next. Good morning.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurant. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday seafood sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
at the end of the day, I think people just want the people who serve us to be held accountable, right? So, I mean, it is what it is. But now I think after that interview, there's definitely going to be so many people in positions of power looking at this whole incident and doing what they can do to really examine it in an open and transparent manner. It's 8:26. Good morning. Morning, Sabrina.
Good morning.
Good job on those wipes, I got to say.
Pretty strong.
Yeah, she's home brewing her wipes here with the eucalyptus peppermint essential oil. It's about, I want to say 5%, that mixture, 95% straight up rubbing alcohol. I don't know where you're getting your rubbing alcohol, but you're getting like the good one. It's like 102% pure.
I think we can call this isopropylyptus.
8:27. It's April Fool's, guys. I wish that interview was an April Fool's. Man, maybe he's gonna come in. Hey, April Fool's! Just kidding. Yeah, we're writing him up. It's gonna have an oversight, boy. Oh, I cracked myself up too much. Ooh, that would be funny though. That would be a good one, right?
It would be.
If he came back at the Zoom, he's like, "Hey, just kidding. Gotcha." Of course, we're gonna hold him accountable. Of course, it's gonna be transparent. Here's the report. Anyway, okay. 3, 2, 1. Good morning, ladies.
Good morning. Morning.
In our KUAM News Zoom room, we have Bernie Guinness, who's the DOA deputy, and Audrey Tabasnia, who's with Guam Housing Corporation, and they're partnering up for this emergency rental assistance.
Yeah, ERA program.
Era.
Yeah.
It's a new era.
It is a new era. Yes, I like that. So I guess we'll just start with how many applicants have you received so far? And I know we're early in, but how many have been approved? How many have been pre-approved? How many have been rejected? All that stuff. Okay, Bernie, good morning. Go ahead.
Okay, fun stuff. So good morning. So as of Friday, our last day to collect the pre-tenant applications, which was the first cycle that ended on Friday last week, we received 2,600 applications. Out of 26, we, as of yesterday afternoon, close of business, we were able to review 910 applications. Out of that, eligible was 450. We've got ineligible at 302. And then we have about 158, which were incomplete. Incomplete, again, as we stated in the past, we're just seeking more information. They may, have included a family member in there, but then they didn't provide us some income in reference to that person. And they identified that person was employed, but there was no income. So about 158 is what we're going to need to go back to these individuals, these applicants, and then just make some follow-up calls to them. Out of all of the 450 that were eligible, we were able to notify and provide emails, phone calls to about 311 individuals, letting them know that they are eligible and that we were able to provide them with the tenant packets. And again, the tenant packet entails release forms to the utility agencies if they are receiving PUA. Again, there's also release forms for PUA for Department of Labor so that we, Department Administration, can go ahead and request those information on their behalf. And then also information in reference to their landlords or landlords for the landlord verifications and some other subsequent documents that are needed for the applications. So that's pretty much the gist is where we're at now.
I'm sorry, how many were rejected?
As of now, what was rejected was 302 that were deemed ineligible. We are using, there's two methods of how we were going about, which is we're putting things into the system, a newly system that we created, an in-house system that we created, and then there are also manual reviews. But we certainly are going to take a look again back with the ineligibles if it's in reference to the income levels, because again, there's some different criteria that took in effect the past couple of weeks. So we are not sending the ineligible letters just yet. We are going to go ahead and take a look at it one more time to just verify and make sure that those are truly individuals that will not qualify. Keep in mind, we did do a query, and we did take a look at to what were those questions. I mean, what were the reasoning as to why certain people were disqualified. Although it's maybe preliminary, the majority of them was really based on them not meeting COVID, that they were not affected by COVID. Because keep in mind, there are 3 criteria again that would allow for eligibility. So we're looking at the majority of them they were not they were not affected by COVID or establishing any kind of housing instability. Certainly, we know that most individuals assume that it's based on income level, but from what we're looking at the preliminary numbers, it is based on that they weren't affected by COVID.
Right. So after you do this second, I guess, review of these rejected applications, is there any recourse if that tenant feels like, no, I am
an appeal
eligible?
process?
Yeah.
Sabrina, I can go ahead and respond to that. So as part of the being a grantee, we did establish policies where for tenants who were deemed ineligible, we do have an appeal process. And once the tenant has officially received their letter indicating they're disqualified, and in that letter, it will show which criteria they did not meet. And then it will also inform the tenant that they do have 20 working days to submit an appeal. As you said earlier, if they feel that, well, you know what, it was COVID impacted, and they would just have to submit in writing that they would like to appeal the determination of ineligibility. And then from there, the program staff will review their appeal, and then we will make that contact with the tenant and see how we can, review again their application and proceed from there. And if they are able to provide documentation and where it means the status is changed, then that can also be done. But they do have that 20 working days to appeal their ineligibility. And as what Bernie also mentioned, that yes, there was 302 that was identified to be disqualified. We are going to do that second review before these tenants are officially notified. And part of that reason is because recently, the IRS had announced that individuals who've been receiving PUA, that with their 1040 and they filed their taxes, that they can come in or can submit an amendment or a modification to their taxes, which it will reduce up to the amount up to $10,200. Now, taking a look at all those who were disqualified because of income, the staff, ERA staff, is going to review, especially have a second review for those categories. And if anyone was receiving PUA, then that's, it is possible that they could then qualify because of that reduction up to 10,000. So that's part of the reason why we are not so quick in submitting, giving these individuals, these tenants who are disqualified. We really want to make sure that if they are disqualified and they did not meet that criteria, that is in fact true and correct.
Do you guys have a breakdown in terms of how many of these checks are going to go for rental arrears and then utility arrears?
Correct. Yeah, I mean, certainly that's a question that's been asked numerous times. We are, because we have manually reviewed a lot of the documentation at the onset, it's kind of preliminary. I mean, to kind of give those numbers out right now. Our focus is to put in all of the ones that were reviewed manually into the system. And again, the system has the capabilities to generate those reports. We'll query it based on the arrears, rental arrears, utilities, and also utility arrears. We have some preliminary numbers, but we don't want to release that simply because those are numbers that were inputted earlier. But again, those that were manually reviewed, those still need to be placed inside of it. So we have some numbers, but we won't release that as of yet. So hopefully within the week or by the end of the week, once we get everything into the system, all those that were manually reviewed, then we can go ahead and release those.
Bernie, sorry. When you're talking about the number of people who just weren't qualified, we had a conversation that was a couple days ago, just about the income requirements, right? Just based on the applications that you've seen and the rejections that you've made, are you able to say if you feel like maybe the income qualifications were a little on the low side?
We were, from what we based it on last week, it looked like only 20% of the what we received was based on the income. Like I said earlier, we're seeing where the disqualification was simply because a lot of folks they're not even in arrears. They're not experiencing homelessness or instability. They're not affected by COVID. Sometimes they may, really it's really more so like case management. So we do case by case. And we took, there's some instances where an individual may be unemployed, but their unemployment is not based on COVID. It's because maybe they had a work injury or some sort, right? So we have to kind of dig a little bit further as to why they're not unemployed. I mean, what's the reason? And then that certainly won't make them qualify because again, it's not COVID related.
Right. Yeah. That's a
but
tough
again,
one.
Preliminary. Yeah. So, and there is a lot. So we have to keep probing and asking some more questions. And then sometimes we're like, it won't fly. It does not meet the three eligibility criteria. But again, when we ran the numbers last week, it was 20% that was the income level. So we were quite surprised too, because that's something I know you posed the question and others have as well. But we're like, okay, but we'll see again. We'll see. Certainly we'll run some more numbers by the end of this week and then we'll have some percentages for everybody.
For the 450 that were deemed eligible, how much does the payments equate to?
That's it really varies. Because there are some that is requesting for assistance for rent arrears, and then there's some that are only requesting assistance for just utilities.
Yeah.
But I think when the grant was first received with DOA, we kind of did just preliminary numbers, an estimate of we were expecting about 2,500 to 3,000 renters to apply. And for each renter, we were looking at about 18,000 per renter. And the reason for that is because the grant allows to assist these renters, tenants back from March last year to current, and it can cover they can receive up to 12 to 15 months. So that's why that 18,000 is, it is pretty high, but we're already seeing some of those numbers in the applications when some of the tenants who do indicate, well, I'm 10 months behind.
Yeah, there's quite a few. Like
my rent is 1,000. So already, you already know that individual is going to need 10,000 worth of rent arrears, and then that doesn't even include late fees. There are some lease agreements that if they're late 1 month, you have to pay an additional $100.
Yeah.
So if you're late 10 months, and that's another, 1,000 on top of their arrears. So just based on, our quick reviews, I wouldn't be surprised it's 15 to 20,000 per.
I dealt yesterday. I was dealing with one individual, and it was up to about 22,000. Because it's just, they've been arrears for the last 10 months, 12 months. So, typically, until, the rents are different and their bills are different, the power bills are different. So
households are different.
Yeah, the households are all different. The household amount should be all different. But again, it's up to 12 months or with an extension of 3 months after that, so total 15.
So the only thing that's really capped is the number.
Duration.
The months, but the amount per tenant is not, there's no cap for the amount for financial assistance.
But again, they still have to meet the 3 eligibilities. So we just have to stress that.
So checks will be issued to the landlords and to the utility agencies.
To the utility, yeah, to the utilities.
Starting next week?
Our goal really is to try to push for some, I say for some of those who we already provided the notifications by next week. I mean, really trying to push for that. But like I mentioned, also, it's really contingent upon them returning everything back to us. And we've noticed that although we may have sent out notices to them, they're turning things in piecemeal. So we want them to, once they return everything, it's like, okay, if you're asking for rental and utilities, send everything at one time, because, if you're going to send me 2 or 3 emails, it's just like finding a needle in a haystack. It's like, okay, we'll put that aside until we get everything complete. But again, we are trying for those who are just simply maybe just needing rental assistance, and they provide us with the landlord verification, the W-9s, again, because it has to be a bona fide business, right? They have to have a business license. And then we can get the arrears amount. Those, the easier clear-cut ones will certainly address, and those who are a priority will certainly address.
I know in previous interviews you'd mentioned that this is just phase 1, right? When does phase 2 start?
We kind of changed the word phasing to more so this is cycle 1.
Okay.
Because within the cycle there's 2 phases. One is which is the tenant pre-application, which is what we're doing now, and then also the notification of those who are eligible or ineligible. So this cycle completed on the 26th. We're looking at probably more than likely establishing another one on May 3rd. So we want to make sure that we get everybody that falls under the 2,600 that falls under this particular cycle addressed, and whether or not they were approved or not. And then come May 3rd, we'll go ahead and open another cycle.
And this is also for arrears from March of last year.
Yeah.
So it's just giving.
So for those who for those who didn't apply this cycle, they can go ahead and do it on May. Or for those who are ineligible for whatever reason, and in the next, this month or next month, they fall under the 3 criterias. Certainly, they can go ahead and reapply, or we can take a look at their application again come May.
Where are you guys in having the ability to have people apply online? I think you mentioned that you guys are trying to work on that so people don't have to go to the mayor's office and physically pick it up, or DOA. Not at this time. Really, our focus, we are just full force going into reviews and notifications. Once this is a brand newly established program that we have, we opened up on March 3rd. So if certainly the governor wants us to get as much reviewed and get as much, funding out to the community, to those who are in need. But certainly that's something that we have to look at down the line, something more accessible to the individuals. But we do have an office that we set up here at DOA, at the 2nd floor here at the ITC building. So it's Suite 219. So for those who were approved and they need to turn in their documentation, certainly that's the office that they'll go ahead and drop it off to. All right. Well, thanks, Bernie. Audrey, was there anything else before we let you go?
I did want to just do a quick plug-in, Sabrina, regarding the landlord application. I know when on our the last time we were in air with you folks, we did mention that we were going to launch it this week. Apparently that didn't work out. We're still finalizing the forms, but the landlord application will be available starting Monday, April 5th through April 16th, and landlords can they'll be available on DOA's website, or if they would like a hard copy, they can pick it up at the PRA office, as Bernie said, located on the 2nd floor of the ITC building. I did want to also mention to landlords, please, if your tenants have already submitted applications, there's no need for you to submit a landlord application. The landlord application they're basically applying on behalf of the tenant. So we really want to make that clear. Submitting an application again would not make the process faster. It will only actually delay, because then that means there's duplication, and then we will have to put your tenant's application back and the landlord, and it's just going to be a really big mess, and just further delays. So landlords, only if your tenant did not apply and you're applying on behalf of them, that's who we recommend to submit applications under landlord.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Bernie. Thank you, Audrey.
All right, we'll see you.
Okay, see you guys.
Talk to you later. Thank you.
Happy Easter.
Oh, you too.
I mean, happy Easter. Hi, a day. 8:47. Let's do Cover Me, and then we'll go to Public Auditor BJ Cruz, who's standing by. He's got about 58,000 audits that they did. Yeah, they did one on PBS Guam.
Gita,
CLTC,
Lands Commission. Who are we missing?
Which one?
Guam Ancestral Lands Commission.
Oh yeah, Ancestral Lands. So we'll just kind of go down the line and talk about those. It's 8:46. The show is proudly brought to you by East West Rental, Calmo Enterprises, ITD, Carrier on this Holy Thursday. Cover Me, our buddy Joe Guam is bringing us today's Cover Me, which is brought to you by Burger King. You can get the BK Big Fish and the Impossible Whopper. And remember, happy birthday to you. Burger King turning 32. Thanks to you, celebrating Whopper Wednesdays. Again, it's Cover Me this morning with Joe Guam.
We've been together a while, and I don't mean to cramp your style. Sometimes I wonder just how things happen this way. And I'm just reminiscing of that one whole night we would spend. You pick me up every morning. I just get through with the club. I never thought that a girl could love a man this much. I am overwhelmed, and baby, I just can't thank you enough. And I'm wondering, oh, sweet darling, what did I do to deserve you? What did I say to make your angel eyes turn my way? If only I had the world, I'd give it all to you, babe. I'm about to leave for the road. I'll take you with me in my heart. And I really pray my soul to keep. And baby, just one request, keep dreaming of me. And I'm wondering, oh, sweet darling, what did I do to deserve you? What did I say to make your angel eyes turn my way? If only I had the world, I'd give it all to you, babe. I said if only I had the world, I'd give it all to you, babe. I said if only I had the world, I'd give it all to you, babe.
Cover Me, brought to you by Burger King. It's 8:52. Let's go into the KUAM News Zoom room. We're standing by. We have the public auditor, BJ Cruz. Good morning, Mr. Auditor.
Good morning, Chris.
We're just going to start because you have a lot of audits that are out, but we wanted to start with what we were talking about during the break, which was this list of the 27 pages
of emergency and sole source procurement that was conducted last year. So GSA filed the report with the legislature, and then several senators were like, oh my God, what the hell was this? So we wanted to see if you had a chance to look at that list and just what your thoughts were.
I really have problems with the way that the procurement is being done with using the air quote emergency powers and using emergency procurement. Emergency procurement is to be used only when there is a need to, because you don't really have an adequate time and opportunity to use the procurement process, the regular procurement process. And I have no problem with, the first 30, maybe even 60 days of emergency procurement from last March and April. But after that point, you had enough time there that you knew that things were going to continue, and that you're going to be needing all kinds of hotels, you're going to need PPEs, you're going to be needing other kinds of things. And you should just use regular procurement procedures as per the law, and not hang your hat on the emergency that the governor continues to extend for months. Otherwise, as we've seen, this is our 13th month of emergency procurements now. And I don't believe that was what the legislature intended. I believe what the legislature intended was to give the governor the authority to initially use emergency and emergency procurement the first 60 days, but then to phase into the regular procurement process so that you don't have sole sourcing, you engender confidence in the procurement process and the prices that you're getting, and you're not being gouged, nor are you favoring your compadre or your compadre, but that everybody feels that this is being done fairly and equitably, and everybody has a fair chance of getting some of this money, that this largesse that's coming in. This can't be just all, well, I'm just going to give it to sole source it to my Madli or my Pari or somebody that I want. It really should go through the procurement process. You know, I feel almost like Dr. Deborah Burks of saying, you know, maybe the first 100,000 deaths were expected, but after that, they could have been avoided. The same thing here. The first 2 or 3 months probably may have needed the emergency procurement and emergency procurement process. But after that, it really should have gone to the regular procurement process as per the statute.
Yeah, and when you look at the types of purchases being made under the emergency procurement, I don't really see what's so emergency about them. Like, you know, boat-shaped conference table, furniture, cutting grass. What it just doesn't seem like you said. But is it all at the BJ? Is it all at the discretion of the chief procurement officer?
Yeah, and fortunately, those two have great powers. I mean, the chief procurement officer and the director of public works have great discretion, but with that discretion, there really ought to be an understanding on their part of the responsibility, the fiduciary responsibility they have to the people of Guam of using the money appropriately, and they should have advised the governor that we can at this point utilize the regular procurement process and send this out to bid, have sealed bids, and have everybody participate in this rather than just calling somebody up and say, hey, I need this. Can you send it down? And we'll just make it an emergency procurement.
So are you planning on doing an audit?
We're going to be issuing a couple of audits soon and a decision on a procurement appeal wherein we speak to this issue of the ethics of this all. And
can you give us any more detail on that?
Huh?
Can you give us any more detail on that procurement appeal?
Well, we have one procurement appeal decision that's pending, and if it clears the way that I want it to clear, because the process here, everything that goes through here is quality assured review, and my staffers are really, I mean, they go through. They want to see every case that's being cited. They want to find that if you cite some piece of testimony, that they can find it and they can reference it, and they have it in every single thing is documented. That if anybody questions what was said, I mean, what the decision was or what the audit is, they can go back under the work papers and say, we can find that from the agency, we received this document that said this, and in that document, it stated this, and that's what's in our document, and so we have the proof for whatever we have. So it takes quite a while for everything to get out because of the need for quality assurance review, and that's the same thing. I mean, even with the audits, I mean, my poor staff is just really overworked right now because last year I made a commitment to Speaker Tulahi that I would try to get the audit out by March 31st. And so I had all of the agencies notified that you have until March 31st to get your audits out. And unfortunately, some of them are taking it literally and waited until March 31st to get it to me. And now it's all in quality in QAR. And as soon as we finish QARing it, they'll be released. And to the credit of my staff, we released 10 audits over the last 10 days that were your QAR. To date, we've released 17 of 28 audits. I expect to release another 7 or 8 in the next week. My only regret is that, unfortunately, the Guam-wide audit
I think your audio.
I think you muted. Yeah. All right. Did you mute yourself?
I did.
Oh,
I
there,
don't think
there.
I'm muted.
Okay, you're good.
Unfortunately, the Guam-wide audit, government-wide audit, might not come out until the end of April or the first couple of weeks in May. We tried to get everything done. All the component units are finished, and they'll be released within the next week or 10 days. But there's still a lot of work that needs to be done with the government-wide audit. And also the government-wide audit, as you probably saw if you read I haven't released it yet. On the territorial highway fund, on the Guam Highway Fund and the Tourist Attraction Fund, we make mention of the fact that the financial management system of the government of Guam is antiquated. The AS 400, it makes things really difficult, and there's been problems with that because the government didn't renew the management contract on the AS 400. There's been a dispute, and as a consequence, we've had problems closing the books for the last couple of fiscal years, actually. And so the auditors are having to do some auditing gymnastics to try to close books and redo everything to make sure that everything is done correctly and the numbers are correct. Yeah, but it's because the financial management system needs to be updated, upgraded, and the recommendation is made in both of those audits that there has to be something, either sign the management agreement or get a new machine, one of the two. But anyway.
Yeah, let's talk about this GORA audit, because Ray Toplasny was on here yesterday, and he was saying it's the best audit that GORA's ever gotten in 500 years. 58 years. I'm sorry.
I know you.
And to GORA and Ray's credit, it probably is. Seriously. You remember last year I was really down on them because they had two parts of the audit were qualified. And when you have qualified, that doesn't mean you're qualified that you're good. Unfortunately, in accounting parlance, some of the words just don't make sense. That's why when you say a modified contract, and sometimes we have to put it in parentheses after it, clean, because people figure unmodified, that must be bad. If there's an un, then you think it's bad. And when you see qualified, you think, oh, that person's wonderful. But actually, qualified is the worst thing that can happen to you. It's what happened to DOE many years ago when they had qualified audits, and the third-party custodian was installed to oversee what was going on. And my concern last year was that GORA had two qualifieds, two major deficiencies, and two significant deficiencies. And you know, that's what GDOE had 10 years ago that resulted in. So I was concerned about it. And so this year, I probably overstepped myself, and I probably shouldn't say that publicly, but I overstepped the office by almost micromanaging the release of the audit. I mean, I was meeting with them on a weekly, bi-weekly meeting and insisting that I be provided with updates on what was pending, what they hadn't provided, why they hadn't provided it, and we would meet and fight it through. And to their credit, they complied with all of the meetings that we've had and all the requests of their auditors. And yesterday, when we had our exit interview, I was pleasantly surprised, but I commended them because they managed to get rid of both of the qualifieds and clean that up, thankfully. And they got rid of the two major deficiencies, but they still have about 6 significant deficiencies, which is less than major. And so it is the best audit that this agency has had in decades, or at least since I've been here too, or at least when watching it since when I was at the legislature. So they are to be commended. And I told them yesterday, see, it is possible, 1, to get it out in a timely fashion, 2, to finally get rid of the qualified things, if you just bear down on all of the parts of your component units. And that's what I tried to explain to Speaker Chalahi last year, was that it's trying to get this whole thing, it's like straightening out my teeth. You know, all these years it's been crooked, and it's not going to be easy trying to straighten it. And you kind of have to tighten very slowly all the parts to try to straighten it out. And I made them do Gantt charts on when I wanted everything done, what needed to be done at certain time periods. And so everybody's now finished by the 31st, save for 2 agencies. And I'll talk about that later. But now I'm telling them what they need to do is have a Gantt chart for the entire year, that they really should be closing their books every month. They should be reconciling every quarter so that everything is set throughout the year. So when it comes to September the 30th, they can give the auditors the first 3 quarters already closed. They can take a couple of weeks to close the 4th quarter, and we can get the audits out in 3 months rather than 6 or 7 months. And so it's a slow process, but I'm showing them that it is possible if we just all work together and just organize and sit on people. I mean, I don't like to do that, but I have to, because I promised the speaker that I would try to get the audit out by the end of March, which was yesterday. And I have now all the audits here. They're just being QAR'd, but we just need to work on the Gov Guam-wide audit. And I'm going to have to call her after this to apologize that the Gov Guam-wide audit isn't going to be in the next in this batch, and but that it's getting there. But Department of Administration needs to do something about their financial management system, for sure. The 2 that aren't finished are GACs.
Guam Academy Charter School.
Yeah, they're out. They're missing 2 years of audits, and I keep trying to get their auditor to do something about getting it released. And I'm hoping, thankfully, it's not a major component unit of the government, so it won't hold up the release of the Gov Guam-wide audit. Unlike Gora last year, because it wasn't done, we couldn't release the government-wide audit because otherwise it would have made the government-wide audit a qualified audit or
basically incomplete, right? Yeah. Hey, BJ,
And,
let's just jump over to land trust, right? There were a lot of things on the compliance portion of the audit that your auditors noticed and were concerned about.
Yeah, and I'm glad you point that out, because I'd like to. We spend a lot of money, the government agencies spend a lot of money getting these audits done, and I really hope that those people in power and those of you in the media take some time to read them. And I know it's impossible to follow the numbers, and I'll tell you, just ignore the numbers. You know, the pages where they have all these numbers. You can't reference them, so you don't know. You have to take it on faith that those numbers are correct, and the auditors are sure that they are. But the one thing that people should dwell on is the, as you put it, Finno English, the writing, the narrative. Read the compliance report, which is either a separate part of it's a separate document like you have in Chamorro Land Trust, where it's a separate document. In some of them, the compliance report is at the very end of the financial audit. I don't know why some of them put it in there and don't have it separate. But anyway, if you're looking for it, it's usually at the end or in a separate document. And it's the compliance report. And it will list where the agency needs to improve certain things. And, you know, it's like the report card. These, you get the qualified or unmodified, or you get a F or a D if you get a major deficiency or a significant deficiency. And so that's where that's at and what needs to be done. There's also the management letter where the auditors write to the board and says, you really got to get on your executive director to clean these things up. And also after all the numbers, there's the notes. And if you read that helps to explain what all the numbers mean and why all those numbers were what they were. And the management MD&A, the management discussion and analysis in the financial report will explain to you what the agency does. And it's really informative because it tells you everything it's supposed to be doing. And so it's been great reading these things. I mean, I'm losing my vision with living in a white screen.
Getting Keaton. Well, BJ, thanks for your time. We got to run because we got a bunch of other people coming on. But
okay, no problem.
I appreciate that you kind of explained the different parts of the audit and what they entail. Because I mean, even for people who are in the media and you know it's their job to dissect documents or whatever, read it. Sometimes it is a little overwhelming.
Especially when you're cranking them out like one a day.
Yeah, you guys over there just like this with these audits, like and PBS lost money because they're doing the governor's commercials and they're competing with the private sector.
The great thing about the audit is that if you look at PBS, one of the things that the auditor discovered was that ever since, all the people that are hired under the grant are not Guam employees and are not eligible for the retirement fund. And they said, but the statute says that the employees that PBS are supposed to be allowed were given the option of going into the government retirement fund.
Right, I saw that.
And there's half their employees that never had been. And that needs to be looked at, you know. And if you look at the one for the ancestral lands, one of the things that they pointed out in there was that last year, when Ancestral Lands got that $5 million from AT&T, they put it into their infrastructure fund. And the auditor pointed out that it doesn't belong in the infrastructure fund. It belongs in the in the trust fund, because that's not for infrastructure. That money was from trust land at Gun Beach, and should be used for those people who have been dispossessed of their land and will never get it back. Like maybe when the governor builds her hospital out on Route 15. When federal government gives that back to us, it really should go back to the ancestral landowners.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't, then the ancestral land, the owners of land before the war really ought to be compensated, and it'll be that fund that will compensate that family or those families for the land that they'll never get back, because though it was returned to the government has decided that it's going to use it for something else.
Right.
In the same way that up at the airport, some people got land back and made money around the airport, but those people with land underneath the runway never got their land back, and consequently will never get to have use of that land for either as their houses or to sell or lease it. And so the Ancestral Lands Commission should use the trust fund to compensate them. That's what Benny Crawford was fighting for.
Well, thank you, BJ.
Anyway.
No, yeah,
Okay.
it's a good talk. We'll
Thanks.
see you. Appreciate it.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter. Hope you find the golden egg. 9:18. Let's head right back into the KUAM News Zoom room, where it is the beginning of Earth Month. Sabrina?
Yeah.
Yeah. We know because we're doing some things for Earth Month.
Mm-hmm.
And, one of the people that we did a cool thing with, Senator Sabina Paris, who just happens to be the environment oversight for the 36th Guam legislature. So, Senator, we wanted to bring you on to kind of kick off Earth Month. And I know you had a resolution about the contamination of water. And then also there was a huge announcement that the United Nations, through their special rapporteurs, have written to the federal government about just a whole bunch of military buildup issues relative to indigenous rights and the impact on the Chamorros and the people of Guam. So we'll just start with the resolution, I guess. Senator, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Chris and Sabrina, Jason, and everybody at KUAM, and thank you for having me on today. Yes, so I did introduce a water resolution yesterday, and it's really centered on celebrating and reaffirming our human rights to water, which is recognized internationally by the United Nations. And so really, there is the belief that, access to clean drinking water is the basis of all human rights. And without that, we cannot exercise the other human rights. And so this is very critical. And, it's easy to take for granted when you turn on your tap, you have clean water coming out of it. But we don't always consider, where that water is coming from and how fragile that system that supplies the water is. And as most people perhaps may have heard, that 80 to 90% of our water comes from underground, which is the Northern Guamlands Aquifer, which is a soil source aquifer. And water is a source of all life for everyone here on Guam, everyone who calls Guam home. And it's also so critical for the health of our community. We need water daily, and that water needs to be cleaned. And, we are dealing with high cancer rates on Guam. And, there are many, many documents that I've seen that shows there's a legacy of contamination that's military related and that still needs to be cleaned up. And so when we're dealing with the challenges to safe, clean drinking water, there's one project that I've been, focused on for so many years prior to becoming senator, and now also being a senator, which is the live fire training range up at Northwest Field. And, there's still one project, it's still part of it that has yet to be constructed. And that's the part I really would like to prevent from being cleared. And I want to make sure that that's protected. In addition to the prevention of the firing of 6.7 million bullets every year for an indefinite amount of time. And so here we're dealing with a legacy of contamination, and lead adding to that is this firing range, and many of these bullets contain lead. It was even identified in their EIS that there's a potential for lead to leach into the aquifer. And so lead has been banned since the 1980s in the United States and 1999 in Guam because of the health effects. Lead was taken out of paint, it was taken out of gasoline. Before we used to have leaded paint, we used to have leaded gasoline, but because of the contamination issues from lead, it was banned. And so what it causes delayed development in youth and in children and developing fetuses. It can cause other health effects that are long-term and chronic. And cancer, as you know, is another issue that we're dealing with. It's one of the leading health problems on Guam. And the other thing is that a lot of these sites, contamination sites, and we're talking about the Superfund sites, and these are the most contaminated sites in the U.S. And a lot of that is within Andersen Air Force Base. And we're talking about chemicals that are carcinogenic, TCEs, right? There's even radium, there's beryllium, all these chemicals that can cause harm. And just as recently that, they were caught, Andersen was fined for using chlorinated tablets that are used for swimming pools to disinfect their water. And that contains a chemical that's hazardous to aquatic life. And so, I think, part of the issue is, what can we do? Again, going back to World Water Day and affirming our right to human clean drinking water is, what can we do as a community to protect ourselves from these very harsh chemicals that last in the environment for a very long time. The other part of this resolution is it provides a solution, and one of the solutions is working with U.S. EPA. So U.S. EPA has endorsed the United Nations rights for Indigenous peoples, and part of that is ensuring that we have meaningful participation in the policies that take place amongst Indigenous peoples, including the Chamorro people. And so they've been also included in this process. And this is something relatively, I think, new. It seems like it's new and up and coming. And I think this particular avenue is worth pursuing, especially in light of what has taken place yesterday in regards to the announcement by the letter that was sent by the 3 rapporteurs to the U.S. government in regards to ensuring, that we have a stake and a say in how to protect our environment.
Right, and that's why we have Monica Flores from PLSR, Pertahi Lategzan Saver Tidian on. I mean, obviously, I saw you guys were very elated at this news. My Twitter was just going off, right? You guys viewing this as kind of a big victory, and maybe you're getting the UN now to also go to bat in your corner with the feds?
Good morning, Chris.
Morning.
Jason and Senator Hoffaday. It's so great to join you this morning. Thanks for having us and sharing this time with us, Senator. Yes, when we think about for the many decades, our elders and many activists have gone to testify at the UN as petitioners, and we haven't made much progress. And the resolutions that have passed that have been ignored, this is the first time that the United Nations is communicating directly to the U.S. government and very specifically about these human rights and Indigenous rights violations. And we are extremely grateful to Attorney Julia Nugent and Blue Ocean Law for helping us and for filing the submission on our behalf, which generated this letter by the special rapporteurs on human rights, the special rapporteur on Indigenous rights, and the special rapporteur on human rights with special interest in toxics. And so they've basically looked at all of the evidence. We filed the submission last August, and we've been waiting very patiently. We've actually been involved in several meetings with some of the staff of the special rapporteurs. We've done a lot of work with Julian in the last few months, and we weren't really able to share any updates because the process is confidential. And we just found out the other day about the letter, and this is unprecedented. So this has never happened for the people of Guam. So it is a historic moment, and we're very proud and we're very grateful for this work.
Just so a little background here, in case you guys don't know, the United Nations Special Rapporteurs are independent experts appointed by the UN Human Rights Council with the mandate to monitor, advise, and publicly report on human rights situations in specific countries and on human rights violations worldwide. The mandates cover a wide range of issues relating to civil, cultural, economic, political, and social rights, including the human rights of migrants, violence against women, the rights of internally displaced persons, freedom of religion, and arbitrary detention, among many others. Their functions include responding to individual complaints, conducting studies, providing advice on technical cooperation, and undertaking country visits to assess specific human rights situations. Are they coming out to Guam, or have they already been?
Well, no. See, that's the thing. Several petitioners and resolutions that ask for visiting missions specific to self-determination, and nothing has happened. In this case, there are 6 asks, and they're quite profound. One of them is including a report, an update on Superfund sites, and what sites are in progress of being, are in the process of being identified as a Superfund site. The senator was just talking about Anderson Air Force Base, where we had terrible contamination of soil and water. And so they want to know the progress of the cleanup of Superfund sites. And it's important for the people of Guam to remember that we have these sites that are so toxic that we can't even go and clean them up ourselves. And they exist because of military contamination here. And so this report acknowledges this long-standing history of military contamination and all of the pending risks with the buildup and the relocation. Another incredible ask is for them to resolve any past human rights violations of the Chamorro people and prevent any further violations. And with that ask, a really powerful request that they have is that while they're waiting a reply from President Biden, who this letter is addressed to, the president and the U.S. government has 60 days to respond. And while they're waiting for the reply, the UN is asking that they prevent any reoccurrence of violations. Technically, that can be interpreted to asking them to pause, to not have any violations. In this case, we're hoping that this means that it'll pause more destruction, more desecration of our ancestors until the investigation is over. We're hoping things are paused for 60 days. Whether or not the government will respond or how they will respond, we're not sure. We have to wait and see in the next 60 days, but we can keep pushing it. And of course, one of the major asks as well, the 6 asks, is that they want to know what the United States has done to support self-determination. So this is unprecedented. It's quite exciting. So we're really we're very grateful for the work of all of our partners and the partnership of Julian Uggan and Blue Ocean Law and UNPO. And we're planning a lot of next steps forward, including a ceremony in a few weeks up north for us to pray and honor our ancestors who have been taken violently from their final places of rest, and also for us to come together as a community to heal, to find some healing, and to hopefully unite in this continued effort.
Well, keep us posted on the way forward, Monica, and congratulations. Senator, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Cleaner. It's a little cleaner than the last time we hung out.
Yes, that's always great.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us.
Was there anything new with the GSA?
GSA, not at this time, but I'll definitely keep you posted on that.
Right. Yeah. Did you hear we asked the public auditor about the expenditures, the 27 pages too? So you might want to check that interview out.
Okay. Yeah, we'll do.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you, Monica.
Great day.
Right on.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Right on. 9:30, just a really quick break, and we're coming back with Vice Speaker Tina Munia-Barnes next on the link. We're also getting the Governor's Communications Director, Crystal Pacos and Augustine, I believe, to close out the show.
On
And
9:50.
huh?
She said she's coming on 9:50.
Right, because there was a guidance that kind of dropped this morning.
Right, she had actually just got it as well. So when she got it, she sent it to us. But apparently, Public Health had issued the new guidance late last night. So Crystal was reviewing it, and so she's going to provide us an update.
Read ahead until Crystal comes on, like link fam and everything. We've got the link to that PDF document in our comments. So if you guys want to prep yourself and then throw any questions in, or you have any thoughts about some of the new restrictions or freeing up of the restrictions, the link's in the comments.
Thank you, Jason, for that. It's 9:31. We'll be back with more of the show next.
CBS Prime.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday seafood sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI.
Good morning. 9:35. Let's head into the KUM News Zoom room where we have Vice Speaker Tina Munia Barnes standing by, and she's joined by the real Vice Speaker for the day. Will the real Vice Speaker please stand up? There you go. All rise.
Hey.
Yay! All right.
Yeah, it's Island Leadership Day, right?
So what's your name? What school do you go to?
Go ahead.
Xander Barcinas.
Hi, Xander Barcinas.
Speak up a little bit, Xander. You're the Vice Speaker. I'm not the Vice Whisperer.
Oh, okay.
Right
What school do you go to? What grade?
Grade St.
Say again. Come a little bit closer, boy. There you go. Thank you.
8th grade St. Francis School.
St. Francis School, jotting your rules. Right on.
Well, congratulations.
Yeah. And so tell us a little bit about, and please speak up and tell us how you were able to get this vice speakership for the day.
I was runner-up in the oratorical contest.
Wow.
Nice.
And Vice Speaker, I'm sure you've done this probably like a million times in your career. But how do you take it, when you get these young kids who come and shadow you guys for the day, for Island Leadership Day?
Chris, it's a real empowerment for them that I open that to them. I share with them everything that's on the calendar. We explain and give the information necessary. And before we came on, we had another interview, but we were talking about war claims. And then I was just giving him a heads up of all the committees that he's working with today and having me ask questions like public accountability. What do you do there as the oversight chair? And we were just conversing about that because that was new to him in all the committees that I have oversight with. So for me, even when I was in the 7th grade and I did the Island Leadership Oratorical Contest, it was very impressive back then. And I just want to say DYA was very, very kind to continue the program because I think they didn't have it last year, but they committed because this has been going on for like 30, 40 years.
Right.
Since I came from it.
What was your speech about?
The topic was "We are all in this together."
Oh. How long? What's the time limit?
The time limit was 3 to 5 minutes.
Did you memorize it?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear it.
Say it.
Yeah.
They want to hear.
Yeah, just come a little bit closer and speak up just a little bit, Xander.
All right. When spiders unite, they are capable of time flying down. Unknown author. The struggles of the modern day are often compared to warfare or any type of country's ruling. If there's one thing that all the rulers and warlords can agree upon, it is that a nation divided is one destined to fall. And we often see ourselves as divided and destined to fall, or even uneven. As we are divided, we need to learn to come closer and step forth into our unity, as it is the only thing that keeps us together as a community. We need to learn that we are all in this together, regardless of race, financial standing, and mental health. Despite what you may think, despite race, despite financial standing and mental health, we are all brothers and sisters. At some point, everybody's family roots have intertwined. At some point, sorry. Just being human confirms you into one of the biggest and greatest brotherhoods on earth, humanity. And it is being human that makes us brothers and sisters. We need to acknowledge who our brothers and sisters are and treat them as such. Only through learning who our brothers and sisters are can we treat them. Can we treat them as such? And through that, we step forward closer to our unity and furtherance as a society. Now, it is easy to dehumanize because of class or because of how much wealth someone may have, but we must acknowledge their humanity because as I said, it's only humanity and our acknowledgement of each other's can we find ourselves unified.
Hey! Great job,
He said, he was getting a little bit nervous, but hey,
Just a little.
Just a little.
Just a little bit. Good job, Xander. Vice Speaker, let's just go ahead and jump right into it. I know that as the build-up chair, I'm pretty sure you're following closely this whole deal with the UN Special Rapporteurs. Do you anticipate it having any impact on the ongoing military buildup on island?
Yes, I do, Chris, and I want to say that because of this, it continues to drive the discussion. And I know one might not think that we've done this before, we've gone down this road and nothing's happened, but we must continue to share the one Guam, one issue. We should, it's always been said, one Guam, one people. Even with this union issue case that I'm working on right now with the IBEW and them coming to me and our office yesterday, if we don't tell the story, we're going to continue to get, stomped on. And for us, and until we can be given the through authorization of governing ourselves as committed by the United States of America, by Uncle Sam, then we continue to if we do not continue to push forward, then we continue to be an island with no governance, and a commitment that Uncle Sam has shared with us since 1950. And I want to say that we are failing our children, we are failing our community, we are failing ourselves if we don't continue to tell the story. And I want to acknowledge Blue Oceans and Attorney Julian Uggan and UNPO, the Underrepresented Nations People's Organization, for stepping up to the plate with us. As introduced to me by Shadow Senator of Washington, D.C., Senator Paul Strauss, in their efforts to trying to be a state, Washington, D.C. trying to be a state, they've sought the support and assistance from UNPO. And I must say that if we've gone this many decades without getting anything, without realizing what is happening to our island, then sometimes we need to get creative and step out of the box and truly continue to tell the story. Leave no stone unturned. And when you continually tell the story of where we need to be, of what was committed to us since World War II, mind you, that we've been a part of the United States since 1898. How many occupations have come through our island of Guam without anybody giving us the opportunity to choose how we should be governed? And as I get passionate right now and look at this, it shouldn't stop here. We need to all come together. And that was a commitment that was given to us by Uncle Sam, the nation of the free. and in our efforts to working closely with what has happened to us, with how we were treated, some and history will tell itself. A lot will feel that we still are second-class citizens. Where do we go from here? What do we want to do? What has been promised to us? How do we move forward? In the most simplest terms, Sabrina and Chris and Jason, how far, what do we need to do to truly give Guam the identity and the governance, to decolonize ourselves? Something that was committed to us decades ago that we still don't have today. Whether people want statehood, whether people want independence, whether people want free association, that was a commitment from Uncle Sam that has not come our way. And what was said in between what was done through us on World War II, a war that we never even asked for. We are here in the 21st century, and we're still a colonized island. So for me, I don't pretend to be the experts out there, but I'm good at bringing people together, and I'm good at bringing our cause and telling our story so that we can finally come. This is why House Resolution 279 is really important, and this is why I introduced Resolution 56 to help support the cause. Because history will tell you that so many times Guam was summarily dismissed, and that's putting it lightly. And you know, I will continue to seek support. I will continue to get creative and think outside the box. As important as I felt that we were going nowhere, I heard a small clip from you saying, you know what, we've gone through the United Nations, we've told our story, and nothing ever happens. But Chris and Sabrina, Jay, we should never give up. Never give up. 75 years ago, almost 77 years ago, our World War II survivors thought and believed that there would be something coming their way. And then there are those who said they would never get anything. Uncle Sam would never recognize that. But being able to be given that war reparation last year in January, at least for those 1,200 people that got something here on Guam and those war survivors that are going through the adjudication process right now, they believe. But something that should have been done a long time ago, still not done today.
Vice Speaker, let's touch on the reopening of the war claims, because I know that there's a whole bunch of people who weren't eligible, weren't able to qualify, yet I believe are still deserving of the war reparations, war claims. And it's kind of been, I've been tracking it, it's really been almost like ping pong between your office and the congressman in terms of who's going to open it up, who's going to be eligible, who's going to push it through. Are we going the congressional route again? So just what is the status with it?
The status is we sent, we introduced a resolution the other day. I want to thank my colleagues, 12 members along with me introduced Resolution 54. And I want to share with you, Chris, that we cannot stop. Just yesterday, I saw a sign at a funeral, and she said it's not fair. I really thought I applied, and I really believed at that time I would never get anything in my lifetime. But now that I know that other war survivors got a little of something, what about for those who believed or thought that they applied somewhere else because this issue had been going on for decades? Didn't sign 700 plus signatures that we've turned in. I want to share with you that I know that I cannot give up. I've asked Congressman Nicholas to help me in this efforts. I asked my colleagues that we introduce that Resolution 54-36 because I want to ask Congress to reopen this. I want to ask the federal government that I know that the Congressman Nicholas has said, and please, with all due respect, that he said that we could do it ourselves. But we cannot get the records, and until we get the records of the Japanese occupation from the federal government so that we can adjudicate the claims, I feel that we cannot leave any stone unturned and that we need to continue to tell the story. And I'm going to say this, the way you said it, Chris, you couldn't have said it better. These survivors are still here today, and they're over 77 years old, 77 to 100, and some that are still alive who are still wondering, or for some reasons that they thought they applied with some of our former congressional delegates or former senators or former commission members, but for whatever reason, their name is not in that timeline from 2017 to 2018. I have calls from the United States. I get calls every day, and I said to them, and please know that if there's any war survivor out there who wants to at least try to follow up, have them call my office. My office is 989-5861. Call me.
But make sure you put 671.
Say that again?
The 671 Vice Speaker. Remember, because we got to dial the area code.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right. That's the only thing that's come up, right? But that's another thing. Believe it or not, that was something that our Public Policy Institute team was working with behavioral health and making sure that Guam was never on the registry for assistance and help as it relates to suicide prevention. None of our calls were entertained that came from here.
Right.
And now that that's happening, I'm saying great. And so if I have to add a 671 because we'll be recognized in the National Suicide Prevention numbering system, then I will take the time to type in those extra numbers.
So be it, Vice Speaker. Thank you so much for your time. Xander, you paying attention, boy? Right on. There you go. Hey, thumbs up. Vice Speaker, we're glad to have you back on. Appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you. Call me anytime. God bless.
Happy Easter.
Happy Easter.
Esta.
Bye-bye.
Adios. 9:51. Good morning. We're going to take just a really super, and we're coming back with the Communications Director for the Office of the Governor, Crystal Paco San Augustine, next on the link.
When we throw things away, where is away? What happens to our waste, and where does it go? As a community of small islands, the waste crisis is a large issue we want to bring into focus. Micronesia Climate Change Alliance presents From Our Nanas for Our Nennies, a video series about taking a holistic view of our present, finding wisdom from our past, and inspiring a better future. Airing every week during Earth Month, brought to you by Humanities Guahan and the National Endowment for the Humanities.
This year, the Think Green Annual Cleanup goes virtual. Organize your community cleanup, post and tag with hashtag ThinkGreenGuam on social media. And we'll share your cleanup in our multimedia platforms and in a special montage on KUAM News Weekend Edition during the last weekend in April. Sustainability matters, part of the KUAM Care Force's commitment to our community. Presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce, GESI. Special thanks to Micronesian Brokers, Inc.
Catch a wave of fish and seafood available throughout the Lenten season at King's Restaurants. The Lent menu has a tsunami of all your favorites like deep fried parrotfish, fried calamari, and the Lent sampler. All are sure to be a splash hit. It's the Lent menu at King's.
GU Self-Storage, conveniently located near the Harmon McDonald's. We offer affordable rates, online payments, and auto bill pay for your convenience. Plus gate access daily from 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Call us today at 648-7867 for more information.
Get the job done the right way by getting the right stuff at East West Rental Center. With years of experience helping builders, we definitely got what you need. Call 646-1463 or visit us in Upper Tumon. Open Monday to Saturday from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. and on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m.
Only one company on Guam provides every solar energy solution under one roof. Micronesia Renewable Energy. You want solar only? They got that. You want solar with batteries? They got that too. You want outright purchase or lease purchase? It's up to you. Does your solar system need a tune-up? That's what they do. For solar energy solutions from A to Z, you can count on MRE. Give them a call at 632-2613 for a free consultation. MRE, providing real solar solutions built by real solar experts.
The relationship between Guam and Manila, Philippines is undeniable as we share similar cultural traditions, history, and heritage, with generations of Filipinos calling Guam home. KUAM presents a monthly look at the capital city featuring in-depth and engaging interviews on everything from medical tourism to new business and government leaders. Veteran newscaster Nestor Lecanto delivers Beyond Our Borders. This special program is brought to you by the Bank of Guam and KFC.
Swim on in for Ruby Tuesday seafood sensations and enjoy your favorites from the sea in perfect time for Lent. Get hooked on lobster mac and cheese, the salmon loco moco, or the deep sea pasta. There's a bounty waiting for you on the RT Seafood Sensations menu at Ruby Tuesday Guam.
Uno Go, delivering meals from your favorite restaurants and more, including delivering sodas and adult beverages from the Bottle Shack. Visit uno-go.com or download the app today. Also follow them on Instagram and Facebook. It's Dirty Politics Weekly on the Link, live on location. Every week, Chris and Sabrina will interview different political leaders out in the field to address environmental problems in our community. See firsthand how illegal dumps, littering, and other issues are plaguing our beautiful island and what's being done to help. Part of our Sustainability Matters campaign for Earth Month, presented by Green Energy Solutions, Inc. Reduce before you produce. GESI.
He doesn't wake his wife, and he walks out to his children and reminded once again that he does what he does, and he does it all for them. So would you hear when a warrior cries? Would you know what he has seen through his eyes? Would you walk in the boots he has worn and stay true to the oath in which he has sworn? Would you know when a warrior would you walk in the boots he has worn and stay true to the oath in which he has sworn?
Man, that's a good jam right there. It's Chris and Christy Cruz from Live Local Fridays. It's called Warrior Cry. Yes, even warriors cry. 9:57. Let's head into the Zoom room where we have Communications Director for the Office of the Governor, Crystal Paco San Augustine, standing by. Good morning, Crystal.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning,
Sorry.
Brady. It's your coffee.
I know.
Long story.
Yeah. Well, we wanted to bring you on, of course, because the new guidance that came out, and it's quite lengthy, and you had a chance to review it because I know you said that you had just got it as well. What are some of the changes that we need to know, the public needs to know about?
Well, first off, let's back up a little bit. Earlier this week, Governor Leon Guerrero signed Executive Order 2021-07. And the first thing that does is it extends our public health emergency another month until May 1st, 2021. So that's the first thing it does. The second thing it does is it continues Guam's track on PCOR 3, so Pandemic Condition and Readiness 3. So we remain in PCOR 3, similar to the typhoon status, typhoon condition readiness. That means, we're not in the clear yet, but, we're very close to that. Most activities under PCOR 3, as you know, are permitted to operate under moderate restrictions. So it's now 10 a.m. So for the last 2 hours, a few things have taken effect. Also through this executive order, effective today at 8 a.m., indoor dining has now, it will still operate at 50% occupancy, but, the new change is that people can now sit at tables with 8 people indoors. And so this is new. As long as these tables are still 6 feet apart, now people can dine in with a party of 8 indoors.
It was
for
6.
For outdoor dining, it's now increased to 15. It was 6. So Chris, I think you were going to ask. Yeah. It was 6 per table. It's now 8 per table for indoor dining. Still at 50% occupancy. For outdoor dining, there's no occupancy limit, obviously, because it's outdoors, but we ask that you keep tables to no more than 15 people per party. So also effective today at 8 a.m., social gathering limits. The social gathering limit has increased from 25 to 50 persons. And, this is just a testament to the great work of the people of Guam and abiding by the guidance from public health, wearing their mask, washing their hands, watching their distance, and, keeping that CAR score low. As you know, last night we remain in a 0.2 CAR score. That's great. As 42, we went from 40 plus CAR score late last year to now 0.2. So that means people of Guam are doing great. We have low hospitalizations, no deaths to report as of late, and also low positivity rates. So now you can enjoy your Easter weekend with up to 50 members of your family. But please, of course, practice the social distancing, washing your hands, wearing your mask when you can. So last night, Public Health actually released guidance 2021-10. And so this actually complements Governor's latest executive order. And what it does is it allows additional businesses to operate at 75% occupancy. So I know this can get a little confusing. So what can operate at 75%? Retail can still operate at 75%. Most businesses, including advertising, marketing firms, media, banks can operate at 75%. businesses providing mailing and shipping services, food cultivation, including farming, livestock, subsistence, commercial farming, gas stations, hardware stores. It's a long list.
Yeah.
But I think I'm better off reading the list of things that remain at 50%. 50% occupancy will remain. Dining will remain at 50%. Bars and taverns will remain at 50%. Bingo halls, bowling alleys, eating and drinking establishments, game rooms, gyms and fitness centers, private swimming pools, places of worship. Since you're probably all going to be going to church this weekend, note that the places of worship can still only operate at 50%. So that's what the new guidance did. Again, at 8 a.m. today, that executive order took effect, and now so you can enjoy 50 of your friends and family this Easter weekend. You can now dine in with 8 people indoors. This is great news for my family because we're a party of 7, and so like one person would always be left out. And then outdoor dining as well as would be 15 people. I know it's a lot.
No changes for bars and taverns, right? Everything's still the same.
No changes to bars and taverns. So in a nutshell, dining, food and drinking establishments, bars and taverns remain at 50% occupancy. It's just how many per table that's increased.
Okay, so that's it.
That's it. And, again, thank you to the people of Guam for doing so well. We're hoping for good news from the CDC soon relative to our risk assessment designation that they've given to Guam. So we were at high risk and they lowered it down a few weeks ago. And we hope for even lower status change, lower risk assessment change in the next few weeks, if not sooner. Just happy Easter to the people of Guam and please keep up the good work. We know what we were here before, so we don't want to redo what happened last year, right? We did see a surge, but we want to continue to ask people to get vaccinated. A lot of different opportunities at the University of Guam, also the village-based, also homebound, your private clinic, your pharmacy, so many different places, so many different opportunities. 16 and over, all eligible for the vaccine. And I understand that Pfizer is starting to report out good news as well, that they're testing on younger people. And so as soon as the FDA gives them the EUA, we hope to start vaccinating more younger people here on Guam.
And any word on if the new shipment has arrived yet?
The shipment has not arrived at this moment. I just had a meeting with Arts and Augustine. We're hoping for good news this weekend, either tomorrow or the day after. So that order for over 40,000 vaccines was placed last Friday. It takes about 3 to 5 business days. So I don't have any good news to report just at this moment, but either later today or this weekend we'll be reporting. I understand we're going to actually get more vaccines than we initially ordered. So I'm hearing an excess of 50,000 vaccines for the month of April, and that puts us well on our way for our Path to Half effort and loosening those restrictions so we can open tourism.
What about results on the February samples that were sent to the CDC for the genomic sequencing?
Still no news from the CDC relative to any other variants. The last update was what we had at our last press conference, which is from our January samples. We did have the California variant present in our community, but evidenced by our low CAR score, low positivity rate, we've been able to manage that, again, paired with regular community testing and aggressive vaccination efforts.
Crystal, do you anticipate any change in the quarantine policies anytime soon?
I don't suspect any changes until the May 1st benchmark is met. I know there are a lot of people asking about, if I'm vaccinated, do I still have to go to quarantine? Yes, at this time, even if you're vaccinated, you still have to go through quarantine. Again, a reminder what that protocol is if you're coming into Guam, you can expect to quarantine for at least 6 days in a government facility, which is the Dusitani. You can opt to test out on day 6, pending a negative test. You can fulfill your quarantine period or 14-day quarantine period at home.
I know Adriana asked the governor earlier this week, but I figured I'd just get an update from you. Any word on the 660 plus million?
I wish. We're still waiting. There's no updates on that American Rescue Plan funding, and we haven't received the guidance yet as well. So we're still waiting. Once we get news, we'll be pushing that out. Hopefully maybe a press conference or some indicator that we've got the money and the guidance.
Right. All right. Thank you so much, Crystal. Happy Easter.
Thanks, guys. Happy Easter. Be safe and be quiet tomorrow.
See ya.
All right.
Okay.
Bye.
I'm telling you, Jay, if you're trying to get us a holiday tomorrow, that was it right there. Governor's office said, be quiet. Good morning. Yeah, so there's a little bit more on the EO that came out. Basically, they doubled the social gathering parameters, 25 people to now 50. So 50 can gather at your Easter, Jay.
Yep. Did she mention if that includes?
I don't even know how I'd be able to act around 50 people.
Does that include expansion of church congregations?
No.
No.
There's no expansion on that.
Yeah. But 75% capacity, that's significant for a lot of businesses.
Right, but that doesn't
None of
apply
that
to
changed,
like
right?
dining or anything like that. They're still at 50.
Yeah.
It's a long list for the 75.
Right, and they basically, it's 8 people per table was the increase. So it went from 6 to 8. And then outdoor dining, it's there's no limit, but they asked that you just put 8 per table. And 6 feet apart. Right. Okay, it's 10:06, guys. The first day of April. Good job today, Sabrina.
Good job, Chris.
Thanks. Good job, Jay.
All right.
Mike V.
And good job and Good Friday tomorrow.
That's right. Yeah, we're having a show tomorrow. I just got to go and text all these guys like we're doing all our interviews in a whisper. Okay. All right. Be safe. Remember, we got your back with our primetime KUAM News broadcast at 10:07. We're KUAM FM in Agatna, Guam. Link fam, thank you guys. Good job today. Way to listen and watch.
And comment.
Yes.
And
Appreciate
emoji.
it.
All right, thanks, guys.
Right, yeah.
Okay, let's go.
Okay, right on. Okay, thanks, Sabrina. Hey, leaving you with this one from the late, great Ken Joada. I love Guam, don't you? My name's Chris.
I'm Sabrina.
Hasta. Adios!
Bye.